The Buffalo Bills have added a wide receiver. Elijah Moore, formerly of the Browns and the Jets, does sign with the Bills after visiting earlier in the week. It's a one-year deal worth up to $5 million. We have not seen yet what the guaranteed money is going to be, certainly less than the $5 million, but we'll wait to see on that. He had 61 catches last year, which was a career high. He also had 102 targets, which was more than any Bills receiver on the year. So Elijah Moore to the Buffalo Bills. Last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you had two series come to an end. Florida over Tampa, 6-3 to advance to round 2. They'll play the winner of Toronto and Ottawa. Capitals beat the Montreal Canadiens 4-1 in both the score and in the series. They will play Carolina in round 2, who is already through. Winnipeg wins over the St. Louis Blues to take a 3-2 series lead. Tonight, the big game in the Stanley Cup playoffs, there are 4 in total, but Leafs-Senators, Game 6, is at 7 o'clock back in Ottawa. Toronto leads 3-2. On the NBA side of things, the Lakers season comes to an end. They lose in 5 games to Minnesota, lost by 7 last night. The Rockets beat the Warriors by 15 to close that series to 3-2. Golden State still leads, going back to the Bay Area. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Bills GM Brandon Beane was a guest on the Jerry and Joe show.
Jerry and Joe. Jerry and Joe.
Jerry and Joe. Jerry and Joe.
Jerry and Joe.
Jerry and Joe.
You're listening to
Jerry and Joe on WGR in Buffalo.
Hey, yo. You know, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted...
All right.
There we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too, so go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome. So I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay.
That would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno. Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out. The way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out, and I saw that video. I thought, well, this is now my. People are going to say this to me for the rest of my life.
Interesting.
Yep. I was in high school when that song came out. That album came out.
Not like Seinfeld.
What's Seinfeld?
Anything? Like Seinfeld, like with the that's Jerry. Never mind. So that wouldn't have done anything. Right.
Happy Thursday, everybody. We've got lots coming up. Actually, we're going to check in with Paul and talk a little Sabres for a few minutes, and that'll be like 7:30. We're going to talk with Jerry Ostrowski, former Buffalo Bill, at 9, and we've also reached out to someone that covers the Jets to try and get the Jets side of the Elijah Moore story, because he was drafted by the Jets and then goes to the Browns and now is a Bill. 1 year, up to $5 million to join the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
And they get a wide receiver that makes a lot of sense.
Yes. Fit skill set and...
Yeah. Fits some needs. The timeline of all this was that he came in before the draft. They met with him before the draft. They told him, hang on, let's see how the draft goes. For obvious reasons, because they were intending on likely taking a receiver. That didn't happen because it never worked out that way. They circle back in office terminology. And here's Elijah Moore for 1 year, $5 million. We got to get Sal back to explain how Because we were talking about that unrestricted or unfree agent, whatever.
UFA tender or whatever.
Yeah, there's a UFA tender we all kind of learned about and how that was going to affect the timing. But the Bills wasted no time and paid him, and his incentive goes up to $5 million. So there you have it.
We'll get more from that on Sal. My understanding of it is it only affects Cleveland, that they get into the compensatory formula now.
That's right.
Because
of
this.
The way that it affected the Bills is he was basically going to need to make a minimum salary.
Right, so they had to bid against a number.
Yes.
$3.4 million.
And they likely went above that, at least in some incentives.
Yeah.
Maybe the guaranteed number is the 3.4, and the incentive is the 1.5 on top of that. And depending on what the incentive is, it may be pretty darn close to 1 year, $5 million.
Right. And really Moore probably didn't want to go back to Cleveland.
Yep.
Right? Like, okay, $3.4 million would have been guaranteed. That's nice, but you're trying to further your career. He's 25 years old. He's played on 2 teams that have had god-awful quarterbacks all the way through. The Jets with Zach Wilson, and then the Browns with Watson and Dorian Thompson-Robinson and the other 7 quarterbacks they've played in the last 2 years. So, and that's not solved. Right? That's a 4-way quarterback competition that he would be going back to had he said, oh, yeah, I'll stay in Cleveland for the 3.4. And didn't they kind of just take his spot away? Like, is there even... It's not to say the Bills have a spot for him. It might be the same.
I think they have a spot for him.
They have at least a spot in the top 5. Cleveland, though, the spot that he had last year where he was second on the team in targets at wide receiver, he was the number 2 guy. I mean, now it's Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, Deontay Johnson. So it's not even like you just have this wide open opportunity in Cleveland where you're the number 2. You're not the number 2 anymore. So at that point, if it's, I'm a depth receiver here versus I'm a depth receiver there, the money's almost the same. Josh Allen here, winning here, Shadur Sanders drama, and Dylan Gabriel over here. Okay, I'll go to Buffalo.
You know, it's one thing we should probably consider about these receivers. I want to play with Josh Allen. Sure, that makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Bills are a winning organization, but without trying to take a shot at the Bills receiver core, if you are a guy that thinks you've got some ability, you probably look at this group and say, I can definitely get in there. I can definitely get on the field.
Sure.
Mac Hollins did it last year. Mac Hollins, so I've got some Bills of last year, the receivers they had last year. So Hollins signs with the Bills for 1 year, 2.6. That was it.
Yep.
2.6 for Hollins, which is about, half of what Elijah Moore has signed for. 1 year, 2.6. And Hollins lived in that neighborhood for a while. His previous contracts were 2, 2.5, 2.6, and then now in New England, his base salary is like 4.2. So Hollins got a nice little raise, and the Bills were not willing to pay him that 4.2. And if I'm being honest, Elijah Moore is a better idea than Mac Hollins.
Yes.
I think he's a better receiver than Mac Hollins. And I think Elijah Moore has the potential to be better than Amari Cooper was last year. So does Josh Palmer. The Bills have, for, $15 million in the form of Palmer and Moore, probably upgraded a little bit. So whatever. There's a lot to get into with regard to all of it. It's been a week. I mean, we've had a week, as evidenced by the existence and the coining of the Jerry and Joe show, courtesy of, the shouty shows. But the Bills have made a nice move here. A move that we talked about before the draft. He's probably the best of the UFA ideas out there, better than Keenan Allen, a better idea than
bringing Cooper back.
Yeah, I think he's I thought he was the best of the free agent ideas on buy low and see what this can become. 1 year, up to $5 million. He's young. He could parlay it into something. It could also be a Mac Hollins situation where he plays really well and they decide not to sign him, and we're kind of back in the same boat. So,
right.
This reminds me of a Beasley Brown kind of signing. It reminds me of a Mac Hollins signing. And to the larger point on what they do at this position, if they want to do it this way where, hey, let's keep finding guys on other teams that we think are better than their production. And let's keep taking hits at that. They could absolutely shine a guy up. That is kind of what they did on Diggs' side, but that was obviously a much higher level. That was, this guy's really good, really good. We think with us he can become great. And he did. He elevated to another level. So you see an awful lot of receivers, Joe, go from wherever they were to a level above with the Bills.
Almost every guy they've brought in, that was Brown.
Yep.
That was Beasley.
Hollins, Diggs. Davis.
Yep.
Davis is the opposite. Amazing here. Not good anywhere else, really. Not worth much anywhere else.
Right. Cooper's at the end, and it's like half a season, so like it's tough to kind of
tough one for
quantify that
Cooper.
one. But I mean, that's enough right there. Like those are their big receiver moves.
Yep.
For the most part over the last 5 years. So
Yeah, and I would imagine if you
6
throw
years.
Khalil Shakir somewhere else, he might be a nice player. I don't know if he'd have the same kind of production he has here. Here they build the offense for him in some cases where he gets manufactured touches, and he's really productive. So Moore makes a ton of sense. They have 3 to 4. I want to say, you hear me talk all the time about reception perception and Matt Harmon, who what he does is he pulls receivers out of their system, out of their quarterback, out of their production, and says, here's how good they are. Does he win on this route? Does he win on that route? Does he win against man? Does he win against press? And the one thing that I think might be true of both all three, Samuel, Moore, and Palmer, is I think they might all be modest reception perception darlings.
Yeah.
Where, I kind of like this guy. It's never really popped for him, but I've liked him for a while. That was Harmon on Curtis Samuel, and that's Harmon on Elijah Moore, too. Elijah Moore, there's a lot to like, and I like that it's 1 year 5. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he comes in and pushes someone down the depth chart. It's worth pointing out last year that Mac Hollins came in, and while the Bills can act like that was the plan, he pushed guys down the depth chart. Mac Hollins beat out Curtis Samuel, and he beat out Keon Coleman for snaps. And he won't do that this year, but it might be Elijah Moore that beats out other players for snaps. So I think he's firmly in the mix for wide receiver 3.
yes,
If Shakir
him and Samuel are battling at the very least.
I saw
right?
Mike Clay suggest, could Samuel be the odd man out? Which I don't know that they have the depth to do that.
I also don't think I think he costs way more.
He does.
To get rid of him. So I don't think that's happening.
I don't think that's happening either. But this is probably going to be some reasonable guaranteed money at signing. By comparison, when the Bills signed Mac Hollins, it was 1.1 guaranteed.
Yeah.
And he played his way into a heck of a role. When they signed MVS, it was 2.2 guaranteed at signing.
What was that worth up to? Like 4?
MVS?
You have that there. I think it was worth up to 4 something. But either way, it was less. Whatever it was less.
I think the whole thing was 1 year for 2.25. I don't see anything.
Okay.
I don't see anything about what it was up to.
Okay. All right.
But I might need a spot track subscription a little better to find that out.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I like the move. I think it is also the type of skill set they didn't really have.
He's fast.
He's fast. He runs down the field. He can play in the slot. I think last year it was like 40% in the slot, 60% outside, but for most of his career it's been more on the outside. So that separation and route tree that he has, I don't know that they have another type like that. I mean, Coleman is not that type, and neither is Shakir, or I think Samuel is maybe the closest thing that resembles that, which is why maybe they're competing for a role or for snaps. I also feel like they can make that rotation entirely work altogether, where they're all getting 30% of the snaps. That's kind of how they played it at the end of last year. When Cooper got back healthy, you had, and Samuel was healthy too, and he made some plays, right? The touchdown against Denver, and he made a play in the Chiefs game in the regular season. When he got healthy, he was a part of the rotation, at least in terms of the snap count. So I would expect that these are probably going to be your 5 receivers, and they're all going to play. And that doesn't mean Moore's going to... He might not put up the numbers he did last year in Cleveland. He might also be twice as efficient. Right? He's not going to get 102 targets. Is there even that upside? Maybe there's that upside, but it's very slim that he would get 102 targets in this offense like he did in Cleveland last year.
If he does, how many did Mac Hollins get?
Not 100.
Not 100, but 60?
What do you think the number was? You think it was 60?
I think he got 65.
He had 50.
50 targets.
He caught 31 passes on 50 targets. Okay. And maybe that's something around what Moore could get, or maybe a little bit more. But
I would put on the bet board he gets more than 50.
More than 50 targets?
Yep. I think he's going to fit in really well. And the Bills, whatever. Like, Brandon Beane can say, why are we talking about wide receiver? Because everybody sees you don't have enough there. That's why. And then you add somebody there, which makes total sense. So where can Moore slot in? Who is definitely better than him? Josh Palmer's had a slightly better career and looks like a nice player.
And they would certainly appear to believe, and the league would, that Palmer is better because he got a much bigger contract.
He got twice as much.
Yeah,
twice as much. So Palmer, but he plays on the outside primarily. And with Moore, I just think that Moore is a lot like Curtis Samuel, except a little more outside chops than Curtis Samuel. But the speed element,
that's right.
I mean, Moore is probably going to fit in great for the screen game that they run, so it won't just be Shakir. I kind of want to watch some of his film and say, how would he have done on the 3rd and 10 on the final drive of the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs? I know that's digging into one play.
Right.
But if they had somebody else that wasn't Amari Cooper, who I don't think had a great skill set for that.
Yeah. And by the way, on the volume versus efficiency point, like if he doesn't get 100 targets and he gets 67, he might catch as many balls as he did last year. Or maybe he catches, a much higher percentage. Last year, he caught 61 passes on 102 targets. Only 65 of his targets were catchable. Yeah. 65 were catchable because of his quarterback play. 185 receivers in the league last year. He had the 15th lowest rate of catchable targets.
This is kind of how it works. All right, so he had 100 targets last year for Cleveland.
Yeah.
And that's on how many snaps? Can you look that up?
Yes. He last year played 76% of the snaps.
Okay, 76% of the offensive snaps. That's a good number. I mean, I don't think too many Bills receivers are hitting 76%.
I would agree with that.
So he's on the field a bunch. Here's what's going to happen here. Those passes are going to be catchable. He's going to prove to produce, and then that's going to earn targets. Like that's how this will always work. It'll always work that if it's working, they'll go to you. You will earn targets. How did Mac Hollins get more than we thought? He produced pretty early in the season. Look at this guy. Let's keep throwing to Mac. And Shakir, of course, that's the case. Kincaid, when it's working, season 1, he got a lot of targets, got a lot of catches. Season 2, there's injuries. It's not working the same. So why didn't they go back to Keon Coleman in the second half of the season? First half, it starts to work. He gets hurt, and then it's gone. And he does not get the same number of targets. He certainly doesn't get the same number of catches. He's not on the field that much in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
I just think this is a really nice ad and something that the Bills, I mean, you don't exactly want to celebrate or spike the football over a player that's signed after the draft, but you might not find many more impact players that are signed that make a bigger impact than this one will, I think.
And this is a part of the whole conversation about even the minutes before Bean came on the air on Monday, we did talk about when they signed guys like this last year, and that they still could do it because I think everybody believed there needed to be one more receiver, a veteran especially, that has played in the league in this room, because you have a lot of ifs at that position, and some of them are injury, some of those are development, and if Curtis Samuel twists his ankle in training camp, then I'm at Tyrell Shavers is playing meaningful snaps for me. And I like Tyrell Shavers, but am I really comfortable with that being the plan going into a year, as he is the immediate backup plan? And when they've often had guys, like last year, when that happens, guys that have played in the league, veterans that are ready to step in. And they didn't even have that option. And now they have it. And the Bills just admitted they thought they needed another guy in the room, and that even Bean also said this in his press conference after the draft, that they thought they were going to draft a receiver higher than they did.
Yes.
And to me, this is proof of that there was room for another guy. Bean said they thought they would draft a guy before round 7. They said they checked in with Moore before the draft. It all adds up to there needed to be another body in this wide receiver room. Someone of consequence in this room that isn't, a guy that's a kick returner, and maybe we'll see if he can play on offense.
Can I give you a couple of comps from Matt Harmon at Reception Perception? Because there's some interesting stuff in here. When I say he's a darling of this website, Diggs was a darling of this website, and personal story, I draft all of my fantasy football receivers based on what Matt Harmon says, and I have stud receivers everywhere. You're just going to it's a great site to pull out what receivers do. So he says, Elijah Moore was one of Reception Perception's biggest flag plant players coming into his second NFL season. He didn't do a ton, but he looked the part. He looked great. Everything seemed to be lining up for a breakthrough campaign for the gifted young receiver, and yet he ended up at odds with his coaching staff and ended up in a dramatically reduced role.
Right.
If that sounds familiar, it should. There's some distinct differences, but it's not too dissimilar to what took place with Brandon Ayuk 1 year prior.
Yeah.
He's talking about this guy looks good. He's playing with a bum. He's with an offense that doesn't know what it's doing. Sometimes receivers get treated as divas. Other times, you're the only one out here qualified because you're playing with Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Or you're playing with who would have been the offensive coordinator at that time? Adam Gase? I go back and check some Jets offensive coordinators.
I don't even remember.
Hey,
Mike White might have been playing quarterback at times.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like, listen, I'm good, and my career's being wasted. He goes to Cleveland. He's supposed to be paired with Deshaun Watson, of course. Deshaun Watson, that blows up. So if you're Elijah Moore, you have been in the league for a little while, searching for a home where you can finally show what you can do. And if this is one of the Bills' little models here to shine up receivers like this, as we just laid out with Beasley and Brown, and I think it's a good idea. That might be a reasonable model.
Shouldn't it also speak to what they think of him as the player and as the potential upside of the player when this isn't Matt Collins, he's going to come in and be a leader and be a voice in that locker room. Like, that's what Hollins was described in those ways very early on after he signed with the Bills. That, hey, his value is not just going to be this on the field. It's not just going to even be a wide receiver. It's going to be special teams. It's going to be what he does in the locker room. It's going to be leading Keon Coleman and young guys. Whereas Elijah Moore got into that beef with the Jets that saw him traded out of town because he got mad about playing time and how bad the quarterback play was and the whole thing that was happening in New York. He got into it there. He got suspended last year in Cleveland for disciplinary reasons. We talked with Jonathan Peterlin earlier in the week, and he did tell us that he never heard there was ever a problem with him in the locker room. But he did get suspended for disciplinary reasons. The Bills just picked up a receiver that, disciplinary suspension, got into it with the Jets even before that, and they still signed him. Wouldn't that kind of tell you they think the player is potentially really good?
Is it okay to like him even more now?
A little bit. I think that's fine.
Maybe he's got the makeup to want to be great and has been stuck in places where he can't be great.
And their willingness to sign a guy like that, to me, I think it speaks more to they think that the type of player that he's going to be on the field is exactly what they need. And I don't even know how you could debate against that. It's been most of our receiver talk during the offseason is this is the type of receiver they needed. They needed a guy that could separate and win down the field. Somebody that can even run the routes. And now, again, you are making an assumption he makes the team, and at the moment, I
definitely would.
That he will be the guy that's running those routes and pushing safeties back.
So, again, I want to read you more from Reception Perception. This is going back in time, but benchmarks. There are indicators here. This is the story of a wide receiver who got off on the wrong foot and might still have a lot left. This, to me, you want to make this a quarterback conversation? This is Sam Darnold. This is, wow, forget it. His career's over. He's toast. Or Geno Smith. By the way, these are all Jet stories.
These are all Jet stories. Right. Not only bet on a guy that really couldn't do it somewhere else, bet on a guy that was in two dysfunctional organizations like Cleveland and New York.
Right. So,
honestly,
Matt Harmon, Moore cleared not one, but two key benchmarks we look for when trying to project breakout receivers. 75% success rate against man, one of the best indicators of a high-level outside receiver, and 80% success rate against zone. We want to see that to see receivers pass if they're going to be great slot or outside players. He had both of those. Matt Harmon looked at this dude as a rookie, broke down the film, and said inside and outside, he wins. There are good indicators here. He said during his second season, the most frustrating part of his second season is, what? He was still open all the time.
Yeah.
The guy gets open. He gets open. He has been doing his part.
Yeah.
Moore's brilliance is shown in the intermediate areas. where Garrett Wilson is dominant on layup routes. Moore's refinement shines through on curls, comebacks, outs, digs. Such a pro when it comes to the little factors in playing the position and creating separation from a variety of coverages. Mm-hmm. It really is. I don't watch these antique road shows, but hey, what do you think of this thing? Like, this actually might be amazing.
Yeah.
There are people that have liked this player, and the NFL gives you 10 minutes to prove you can do it, and especially at that position where every single year there are 15 new sexy ideas. And there's a point here about, receiver and the value of drafting them. Receiver gets expensive, and drafting them is cheap. So Elijah Moore kind of has to limp back to the league and say, all right, what can I get? Where can I go? How can I prove it?
Right. Especially when you're still young. You're 25 years old.
25 years old.
That is, to me, the biggest difference, I think, between... Maybe there are two. You just kind of spoke to the other one. Between this May signing... Well, I guess it was April when they signed him. April 30th. But post-draft receiver signing this year versus the post-draft receiver signings last year. Last year, you had one guy who was 30... in Marquez Valdez-Scantling, one trick pony, downfield routes. You knew exactly what he was. He had played in the league long enough. You knew what he was. And then the other guy was Chase Claypool. Now, he was a little bit younger, but all the things we're talking about route trees and beating man coverage one-on-one and separation ability and speed down the field, Claypool didn't have any of that.
Yeah. And the level of
Claypool was just you're betting on a physical freak figuring out how to play the position in a way that he hasn't really already. Moore is more... To me, he knows how to play the position. It just hasn't really lined up yet. And to me, a bet on a guy like that is much more likely to work than the other two bets, like MVS or Claypool.
You know what they guaranteed Claypool at signing? $25,000.
Probably as low as you possibly
right.
can.
Like that's just the minimal investment. Sometimes
he got $25,000 to practice for the Bills like 2 times.
We did this with Trey White. When the numbers come in, what does it say?
Yeah.
And for Trey White, he's on the team. For Elijah, we'll see Elijah Moore. I would guarantee.
I was going to say,
it's going to be a nice number of guaranteed money. He's on the team.
It would be surprising if it was like $1 million with $4 million in incentives. It's probably going to come around like 3.
Oh, I think it'll
2.5, 3.
I think it'll be 3.5 to 4.
All right. Yeah.
We'll see. 803-0550. When we get back, we'll get some calls in. John, stick with us. Right to your call on the other side. We're late for a break. What do you think, Bills fans? It's been a week. What's your reaction to this? Let's talk about it. We've talked about it quite a bit, but I think it's a nice move. It's a nice move. Josh Allen gets another weapon. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. We'd love to hear from you, your thoughts on it, looking back all over the last 5 days or more as a player, and we'll get the latest on him as well. 803-0550 on WGR. We've also reached out to someone that covers the Jets to try and get the Jets side of the Elijah Moore story, because he was drafted by the Jets and then goes to the Browns and now is a Bill. 1 year, up to $5 million to join the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
And they get a wide receiver that makes a lot of sense.
Yes. Fit skill set and...
Yeah. Fits some needs. The... timeline of all this was that he came in before the draft. They met with him before the draft. They told him, hang on, let's see how the draft goes. For obvious reasons, because they were intending on likely taking a receiver. That didn't happen because it never worked out that way. They circle back in office terminology. And here's Elijah Moore for 1 year, $5 million. We got to get Sal back to explain how... Because we were talking about that unrestricted or unfree agent, whatever.
UFA tender or whatever.
Yeah, there's a UFA tender we all kind of learned about and how that was going to affect the timing. But the Bills wasted no time and paid him, and his incentive goes up to $5 million. So there you have it.
We'll get more from that on Sal. My understanding of it is it only affects Cleveland. That they get into the compensatory formula now.
That's right.
Because of this.
The way that it affected the Bills is he was basically going to need to make a minimum salary.
Right, so they had to bid against a number.
Yes.
$3.4 million.
And they likely went above that, at least in some incentives.
Yeah.
Maybe the guaranteed number is the 3.4, and the incentive is the 1.5 on top of that. And depending on what the incentive is, it may be pretty darn close to 1 year, $5 million.
Right. And really, Moore probably didn't want to go back to Cleveland.
Yep.
Right? Like, okay, $3.4 million would have been guaranteed. That's nice, but you're trying to further your career. He's 25 years old. He's played on 2 teams that have had god-awful quarterbacks all the way through. The Jets with Zach Wilson, and then the Browns with Watson and Dorian Thompson-Robinson and the other 7 quarterbacks they've played in the last 2 years.
Free agent tender tag that hadn't been used in 2022, we've seen used twice this offseason.
Okay, let me explain. I'm glad you asked me this because I do think it's important to tell people. Because, Joe, I think this answers your question, and Jeremy, about do I think the Bills will do it? I think it's harder. It's harder now because here's why. So the way this works is, and it's a very rare kind of rule, that it's a rule that's kind of rarely used, but it happens here, as we know. So there's this thing called an unrestricted free agent tender. The Browns have put that on Elijah Moore. What this means now is if Elijah Moore does not sign with another team by July 22nd, that's the key date, July 22nd. If he doesn't sign with another team by then, he can only play for the Cleveland Browns. And he will play for $3.4 million. They've guaranteed that. It's no different than a RFA tender when you guarantee that salary, but hey, now you go out to free negotiate, right? You could do that. Happens in hockey, happens in football. If no one signs him by July 22nd, he goes back to the Cleveland Browns. He plays for $3.4 million. In the meantime, he is allowed to negotiate contracts with anybody. It is a two-way street. There is no minimum that another team has to offer him. But you would think, wouldn't you think, you'd probably have to at least come very close to that, if not right. Because if you're Elijah Moore and somebody offers you $2 million, why would you take that over $3.4 million, right? So you're probably going to have to offer that. And if it could be close. Maybe it's close and he goes, hey, I'd rather go to this other organization. That's fine. That could happen. Now, if that happens, the reason they put this tender on him is if that were to happen by the tender deadline, May 1st, I believe that is. What is that, tomorrow, right? May 1st?
Yeah.
If he were to sign before then, he still falls under the compensatory pick formula for the Browns as a player that left to weigh in for next year and for the team that added him for the player for an ad for next year, if that makes sense, right? Okay. If it's after May 1st, he does not count against that formula.
Okay.
But he's still in that situation where by July 22nd, he can still negotiate, but he reverts back to them essentially for $3.4 million if he doesn't sign with it.
The Bills adding at wide receiver. Elijah Moore, formerly of the Browns and the Jets, is signing with the Bills on a 1-year deal worth up to $5 million. He visited with the Bills earlier in the week, and now he lands in Buffalo. To hockey, last night, Washington advances to round 2, winning over Montreal in 5 games. Florida advances, beating Tampa in 5 games. The Winnipeg Jets winning over St. Louis 5-3. That series now 3-2 in favor of Winnipeg. Tonight is Toronto and Ottawa. Game 6, Leafs are leading the series 3-2. That's at 7. On the NBA side of things, the Lakers lost last night and their season comes to an end, losing to Minnesota in 5. The Rockets beat the Warriors to stay alive. Game 6 back in Golden State this weekend as the Warriors still lead the series 3-2. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550. And get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I don't think he's been given a true fair shake of it when you look at the quarterbacks the Browns have had over the previous couple years. Having Watson play as often as he did, and then going into whether a combination of Flacco or even last year Jameis Winston, but prior to that, Flacco, P.J. Walker, and DTR, like he's been given nothing as far as quarterbacks are concerned. I actually thought he was a better locker room guy than what he was always perceived to be as with the Jets. Like I talked to people, they liked him in that locker room.
Jonathan Peterlin of 92.3 The Fan on Elijah Moore. A little bit more on him from Reception Perception because, again, this goes back a couple years. He was with the Jets. His most recent profile is 2022. He wrote, Matt Harmon, players who are this strong as route runners just don't tend to fail. And then says, Rodgers, at that time, that's what the plan is, hasn't played with a young receiver who is this advanced as a technician and gets open like Moore can in many years.
He never played with Rodgers, right?
Nope.
He got
Do you
traded
wanna
before
know?
that. I think he actually demanded a trade or asked for a trade at some point with the Jets.
Yeah. John in Albany, before we get to, I've got Elijah Moore-based trivia that will be fun and make Bills fans feel all right. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I want to try to get right to my point with it, but I would say I'm somebody who, I made sure I listened to the whole Bean conversation, the follow-up and everything, and I kind of like when somebody's ready to dance a little bit in defense of their mindset. I'm in a leadership position in my job, and I know a lot of times things go into the decisions that are made that not everybody's aware of. But I also respect that you guys, over all the, yelling national media guys, you guys live and die as the Bills. And so I respect that as well. But I think that, what I feel is, as an organization, especially with Bean, you're looking at the draft as not just something that happens over the course of a couple days, but, work done before, work done after. Because I would wonder, what would you guys give Elijah Moore right now if you said, is he a first round? Is he a second-round guy that if they just drafted him in the second round, you'd be excited about that? Or what was Holland's ultimate production last year, giving Bean credit for seeing that in him? And what would you have graded that for a draft pickup? And so is it fair if they're also picking up guys within this window at a better price? Because you talked about the fact that you have this hierarchy of positions, and we know what wide receiver money is happening at this point. So if you have the ability to read into these guys through whatever source, and you see something and they turn out to produce for you, or even are predicted to be like a second, third round where we would have been really pleased with, is it not fair to say that, maybe that's a piece of what they're thinking bigger? And in this case, he needed defense. We all knew that, but he was also working this conversation before the draft. He turned it around right after the draft, and did he deliver basically a second-round wide receiver like Reed say, yeah, this guy's going to produce? And so I'm not saying I love his approach right off the rip when that phone call came, but at the same time, there's always a lot of things we don't know about when the leadership people are doing their thing. And so I'm just kind of trying to find is that a fair way to look at it?
Sure. Thanks, John. Yeah, this has been a little bit of, Bean knew this was happening, which he definitely did know that more. We have a quote from him on it. He spoke with One Bills Live, and he said, we put a pin in it and said we'd get back to it after the draft. Because can you pull it up again? That one Bean quote, I want to play this again because we got to this and we kind of laughed about this quote. Again, there's really no sense of making how mad he was about talking about wide receiver, given everything else we have learned about the last week and even before the draft. So here's Bean Monday after the incident on Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore is here. He's a guy we've spoken to a few times leading up to the draft, and we just kind of put a pin in it, just like we did several other positions, and said, let's wait till the draft and see where we're at, see if he's still interested. If we took a guy in the first or second round, he's probably not too interested, but we didn't, and so we picked up those conversations over the weekend. He and his wife came up today and visited, and so we'll see. Nothing imminent today, anything like that, but a very good visit, and we'll see where that goes.
There you go. So they talked about it. They put a pin in it like other positions. There's probably a corner. There's probably a defensive tackle that they have spoken with, a wide receiver, a safety, all these spots. Hold on, let's get back to this after the draft. That's why the market kind of gums up. All the teams see what they get in the draft, and then you go back and fill in the spots you didn't get. I don't think it is reaching too far, cynical, crazy. Why did they put a pin in it? Because they wanted to get a receiver of significance, of consequence, 4th round. They wanted a receiver in the draft, and they thought they would get one. He says first or second, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted one, and it never lined up, so they went back to this one. And to the point about, where would this guy rate with versus a first or second round pick, there's a very major difference. And that is, for example, last year, Keon Coleman was a second-round pick. His cap hit for the Bills was 1.8.
Mm-hmm.
His cap hit this year will be 2.2. Mm-hmm. His cap hit the following year will be 1.7, and his cap hit in the final year will be 3.2. His cap hit will never be, in 4 full seasons, what 1 year for a guy that waited this long is quite likely to be, which is like 3.4. So, again, when Bean came on and got really hot, the point that we were all attempting to get to was drafting them makes sense financially. Mm. And the Bills roster does show that. Josh Palmer, 10, Curtis Samuel, 8,
yep,
and now Elijah Moore, maybe 5.
Yep.
That's money that if you drafted receivers, you could have that money to spend on other pieces because receivers get expensive. Don't confuse this with, what are you doing? You're an idiot. It's just, these are objective, second-level conversations we have about being a GM. I know his job gets much more complicated than that, but they wanted one, and they didn't get one, and then they circled back to Elijah Moore. He basically said on One Bills Live, the plan was, let's talk to him. If we don't get one, we'll come back. And if you're still interested, we can have a conversation.
And the other difference, though, I will say, because that's the money part of it, the other difference between Moore and how he would stack up versus like a guy they had drafted in round 2 is you draft a guy in round 2, you are most often going to give that guy every opportunity to see the field, and you might even get him on the field to get a look at him in spots, even if he hasn't 100% earned it. Because you drafted him. You put the investment into him in that draft pick. Whereas, listen, Moore, I think it's enough of an investment to believe he's going to be on the team and he's going to have a role. Also because I think he's a good enough player to earn that. Could they walk away from money like that if the player was if he walks in training camp and he doesn't look good at all? They will cut him. They just did that with Marquez Valdes-Scantling.
Yep.
Not maybe as much we'll see about the guaranteed money. They cut O.J. Howard when he had guaranteed money because he looked shot in training camp. So they definitely could walk away from it. I just don't think the player is going to give them that opportunity. I think the player is good enough where that won't happen. And the other thing I'm thinking about is, John asked, like, comparing him to like a draft pick. He still is only 25. He is he's the tight end the Bills just drafted in round 5, Jackson Hawes. Elijah Moore's only 8 months older than Jackson Hawes is.
Right.
Like,
if he were in this draft, where does he go? Probably in. Let's say. Well,
that's what I mean. Because
let's say he never played it down in the NFL.
Yeah.
He probably goes in the 2nd or 3rd round. Probably.
His skill set. Even if you count the NFL years, we had this conversation about Luther Burden, how he had an amazing year, and then okay, well, the last time you saw him, it wasn't as good. But he still got drafted. He still got drafted really high. And if you gave that to me about more of, hey, you had this awesome prospect, and things haven't gone so well in the last couple of years, but because of this, this, and this. But guys get drafted like that all the time, where, their most recent college tape and season, Deion Walker in round 4. The most recent time you saw him in college, it didn't look good. But you still drafted him because there were built-in excuses to why that happened that made sense. For him, it's injury. For Elijah Moore, it's more about the teams he was on. I've got Lance Zierlein's draft profile from Elijah Moore open from when he was a prospect. That draft, he was a guy I loved. I think I liked Rondell Moore more, but I loved both of them that year. And that, to me, is the start. The first time it was like, okay, want to see them add a receiver around Diggs. His NFL comparison was Antonio Brown from Lance Zierlein. Strengths, sharpening his routes over 3 years, consistent vertical push off the snap that threatens corners, makes routes look the same each time out, leverages defenders away from route breaks, caught 11 of 12 targets against Alabama, the best defense he played all season, killer slugger route, point after point after point of what this guy was great at in college. So, he has not done all of that in the pros, but I loved this player when he was coming out.
I like his chances.
And a lot of people did.
803-0550. Thanks, John, for the phone call. All right, that trivia. When we get back, it's the quarterbacks he's played with. And, it's going to drive it home. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. So I've got some Bills of last year, the receivers they had last year. So Holland signs with the Bills for 1 year, 2.6. That was it.
Yep.
2.6 for Hollins, which is about, half of what Elijah Moore has signed for. 1 year, 2.6. And Hollins lived in that neighborhood for a while. His previous contracts were 2.5, 2.6, and then now in New England, his base salary is like 4.2. So Holland's got a nice little raise, and the Bills were not willing to pay him that 4.2. And if I'm being honest, Elijah Moore is a better idea than Mac Hollins.
Yes.
I think he's a better receiver than Mac Hollins. And I think Elijah Moore has the potential to be better than Amari Cooper was last year. So does Josh Palmer. The Bills have, for, $15 million in the form of Palmer and Moore, probably upgraded a little bit. So whatever. There's a lot to get into with regard to all of it. It's been a week. I mean, we've had a week, as evidenced by the existence and the coining of the Jerry and Joe show, courtesy of, the shouty shows. But the Bills have made a nice move here. A move that we talked about before the draft. He's probably the best of the UFA ideas out there, better than Keenan Allen, a better idea than
bringing Cooper back.
Yeah, I think he's I thought he was the best of the free agent ideas on buy low and see what this can become. 1 year, up to $5 million. He's young. He could parlay it into something. It could also be a Mac Hollins situation where he plays really well and they decide not to sign him, and we're kind of back in the same boat. So,
right.
This reminds me of a Beasley Brown kind of signing. It reminds me of a Mac Hollins signing. And to the larger point on what they do at this position, if they want to do it this way, where, hey, let's keep finding guys on other teams that we think are better than their production. And let's keep taking hits at that. They could absolutely shine a guy up. That is kind of what they did on Diggs' side, but that was obviously a much higher level. That was, this guy's really good, really good. We think with us he can become great.
Play action on first down. As Winston throws to the end zone, it is caught. Touchdown, Elijah Moore.
All right, Elijah Moore base trivia. Bills add a wide receiver. We like it.
Yes.
Can we hit the sound effect we have been legally permitted to use again? Did somebody say, like, oh, we're never blowing the train horn again? Get out of here. Are you nuts? It's a one-year contract. We're right back into the draft next year. Anyway, quarterbacks to start more than 3 games during Elijah Moore's career. All right? He's on a team playing receiver, quarterbacks with which he has appeared within a game 3 times or more.
Okay. Joe Flacco.
That is correct.
Between 2 teams, I think.
There are
Jets and
7
Browns.
answers here.
Okay.
One of these is kind of wild, and I got to look up that this guy actually played for this team because I kind of don't remember it. But yes,
Deshaun Watson.
That is correct. 3 games with this. Yes, Deshaun Watson. Yes,
it was only 3, or it was more.
It's at least 3.
At
At
least 3.
least 3. Yeah.
Does Dorian Thompson-Robinson get there?
Yes.
Okay.
So you have Joe Flacco, Deshaun Watson, Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Jameis
Winston is correct.
I think Moore had a huge game last year. Wasn't there a Thursday night game where Winston had like 500 yards?
Denver, maybe?
That sounds right. Jets. Zach Wilson.
Correct.
I wonder if that would be the guy with the most starts here. Mike White.
Correct. Last year,
current Bill.
Elijah Moore had 8 for 114. Sorry, 8 for 111.
Yeah.
Against the Broncos.
Yeah. Judy might have had more than that.
8 for 85 against Baltimore also.
Okay. That's 6, so I only have 1 more? You said there were 7? Or there's more than that?
You got Zach Wilson, Mike White, Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and Jameis Winston.
Is this the guy I'm missing that you had to look up because it just didn't seem right?
I did not remember this player playing 3 games.
Is it... It could be... Both these teams just always have so many quarterbacks.
Right.
The Browns and Jets. These are the 2 quarterback T-shirt teams, right?
Right now.
Like,
yep.
Quarterbacks in my lifetime, and it's like the list that goes like down to the bottom of your shirt. Like, these are the 2 teams.
He should use that phrase when he is introduced to the media. Yeah, I've been playing with the quarterback T-shirt teams.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have to come to Josh Allen.
Man.
I think of this guy most famously with Carolina. I did not realize he played for the Browns for 3 games with Elijah Moore.
Carolina?
Yeah, I associate him with Carolina. Because he beat Tom Brady.
Jake Delhomme's in my head. That's far too long ago.
This guy has
P.J. Walker.
P.J. Walker.
It's a good hint. I only remember that because I remember thinking about P.J. Walker. He'll be able to tell his grandkids, I beat Tom Brady in a game.
That's right.
I started and beat Tom Brady.
That's the scrap heap of quarterbacks.
It's pretty tough.
There's some shine-up moments for Winston and Flacco, but...
Yeah, they were at least gunslingers that would throw the ball down the field.
Yeah.
Everyone else is terrible.
Terrible. Elijah Moore had a 100-yard game last season in Denver. And again, the game against Baltimore. Here's the thing that's noteworthy. 2 double-digit target games last year.
Yeah.
To me, that's something. A couple of 8s.
Right, how many Bills? Was it just Shakir? Would have had multiple double-digit target games. Did Shakir even have one? He must have.
Yeah. He did.
He must have.
But what's it makes me want to dig into the numbers of what's the average catchable target rate in the NFL? What's Josh Allen's catchable target rate throwing to receivers? Because you pointed out that Elijah Moore last season, the catchable target rate was terrible.
Right.
His quarterbacks just miss him all the time.
I could tell you what the players on the Bills had, like the receivers.
Okay.
Should I throw Cooper out? Because Cooper's actually one of the 15 below Moore.
Sure.
But a lot of his targets were Cleveland.
Okay.
And that obviously lines up. Catchable target rate, Shakir, 77%. For context, again, Moore was 63%. Ty Johnson, 76%. That's a running back, though. Matt Collins, 68%. Keon Coleman, 67%. Dalton Kincaid, 65%. I guess the Bills had some guys that were a little bit lower on this list.
Yeah.
Kincaid we knew about, right? Because Kincaid was one of the highest tight ends at that position.
The big drop off.
James Cook, though, 92%. Dawson Knox, 73%. So, maybe not as high as you might have thought with Josh Allen as the quarterback, but all higher than Moore.
Yep. 803-0550, Elijah Moore to the Bills. We're talking about it with you. Give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. We've also reached out to someone that covers the Jets to try and get the Jets side of the Elijah Moore story, because he was drafted by the Jets and then goes to the Browns and now is a Bill. 1 year, up to $5 million to join the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
And they get a wide receiver that makes a lot of sense.
Yes. Fit skill set and...
Yeah. Fits some needs. The timeline of all this was that he came in before the draft. They met with him before the draft. They told him, hang on, let's see how the draft goes. For obvious reasons, because they were intending on likely taking a receiver. That didn't happen because it never worked out that way. They circle back in office terminology. And here's Elijah Moore for 1 year, $5 million. We got to get Sal back to explain how, because we were talking about that unrestricted or unfree agent, whatever.
UFA tender or whatever.
Yeah, there's a UFA tender we all kind of learned about and how that was going to affect the timing. But the Bills wasted no time and paid him, and his incentive goes up to $5 million. So there you have it.
We'll get more from that on Sal. My understanding of it is it only affects Cleveland. That they get into the compensatory formula now.
That's right.
Because of this.
The way that it affected the Bills is he was basically going to need to make a minimum salary.
Right, so they had to bid against a number.
Yes.
$3.4 million.
And they likely went above that, at least in some incentives.
Yeah.
Maybe the guaranteed number is the 3.4, and the incentive is the 1.5 on top of that. And depending on what the incentive is, it may be pretty darn close to 1 year, $5 million.
Right. And really, Moore probably didn't want to go back to Cleveland.
Yep.
Right? Like, okay, $3.4 million would have been guaranteed. That's nice, but you're trying to further your career. He's 25 years old. He's played on two teams that have had god-awful quarterbacks all the way through. The Jets with Zach Wilson, and then the Browns with Watson and Dorian Thompson-Robinson and the other 7 quarterbacks they've played in the last 2 years. Maple Leafs and Senators tonight. Toronto looking to close out the series in Ottawa, 7 o'clock puck drop. Last night, Washington over Montreal, Florida over Tampa, both the Panthers and the Capitals winning games in 5 games, and they advance to round 2. Jets beat the Blues 5-3. They lead the series 3-2. In the NBA playoffs, the Lakers season comes to an end. LeBron and Luka eliminated in 5 games by the Timberwolves, a 6 seed. Minnesota moves on. The Warriors fall to the Rockets. They still do lead the series 3-2, going back to Golden State this weekend. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I don't think the Bills will ever win with Sean McDermott as the coach. Same goes, by the way, for John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, same draft. We have never seen quarterback-coach pairings together for this long that haven't won yet that end up winning a Super Bowl. I know, Bills fans don't want to hear this, but, this is the truth. How many times do you have to get your brains beaten in by the Kansas City Chiefs before you say, let's try something different? And you're never going to fire the quarterback because he's one of the best players in the league. I think it is a huge mistake for the Bills to continue on with Sean McDermott. I wish he were the coach of my favorite team, the Giants. He's not a bad coach, just that, the expiration date has long since been hit here, in my estimation.
Nick Kostos was show up on the Bulldog yesterday. The second spiciest call of the week to this station. Been using the term spicy a lot. I may need another one. Jeremy and Joe. That is, I can tell you, I love my, here's a stat that's not a predictive stat used like it's a predictive stat. A coach and quarterback together this long have never won before. That is not meaningful. There are lots of ways to explain why that would be true, and it is not meaningful. So, does it mean that the Bills will definitely win with Sean McDermott? No. Mm-hmm. But he says it about John Harbaugh, too. Okay. Go for it. If you want.
Someone's going to win other than Andy Reid.
Yes.
Right?
Would Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni would have done it in year 3 together, so they're off the hook.
Yeah.
And who else here? You have, is Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan, are they on watch now? Does Ben Johnson have 5 years with Caleb Williams? Do all these coaches and quarterbacks, I've got Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence, 5 years or else it's not going to happen. Somebody's going to win. It can't just be Mahomes and Reed. It might be. Part of the reason that's a statistic is because of all of the Brady and Belichicking out there. There's 2 decades of those two preventing teams from winning. Even if they didn't win, they knock teams out of the AFC.
Well, and often you do get owners that will get impatient and they will fire guys, and even when they win, right, win like the Bills have,
right?
They'll get impatient and they'll fire them after. I'm sure there are owners that would have fired Sean McDermott. It's not to say they would be in the right and that Pagula is in the wrong, but there would be owners, I'm sure, out of 30, I don't know how many, would say, you've lost to the same team 4 times in the playoffs, you're out of here.
Yeah. Well, it's not even just that. Every single coach and quarterback combo in that set he would use would be all of the bad teams also.
Right.
Every Zach Wilson, every Adam Gase team, every time Pete Carroll gets Drew Lock. So on and on, it's just, there's another one. There's another pair that didn't win within 5 years. So without saying, I think they definitely will win, the idea that they won't because of this made-up, carefully crafted statistic that's more of a note, I don't buy it. So due respect to Nick Kostos, I wouldn't be out there yelling about that. Can I tell you something funny? That, again, everything is about legacy. Charles Barkley tweeted something this week that was the
tweeted something?
Yeah,
on Twitter?
He said something and it got sent to Twitter.
That makes more sense to me.
Did you see this? That he said that if the Lakers lose to the Timberwolves, then LeBron's not a top 5 player anymore.
Okay.
Wake up your kids, guys. Wake up your kids, ladies and gentlemen. Let them know LeBron's no longer a top 5 player because the Lakers lost to the T-Wolves. All right.
At 40 years old, by the way.
At 40.
At 40 years old.
Hey, Jordan would have never lost to the T-Wolves. Okay.
Well, because he couldn't play basketball anymore at 40 years old.
Every single conversation that circles around championships and only being defined by championships is rife with just the most terrible discourse and statistics and, I got 5 years, time to move on.
That is definitely true. In this case, though, doesn't it have to be defined now by championship?
The Bills?
From here on, it has to be. Because they had a good conversation yesterday in the afternoon show about...
Oh, I love this conversation.
About how, are you more... What was the way they framed it?
They asked, are you more grateful or upset / frustrated? Exactly. What are the last 5 years for you when you think about the Bills?
Right.
Are you grateful or upset?
Right. And on Thursday at our draft party, I mentioned this earlier in the week, they put up that graphic, that stat on ESPN that said most wins in NFL history over 6 years without reaching the Super Bowl. And the place groaned/booed. That stat.
Yep.
Which they had a good caller on. I don't remember what hour it was in, but a caller that brought up that whole idea, and that to me the fairest place to be is you are grateful that the Bills are this. And that they are this interesting, and that they are this good, and that they're 35-7 at home in the last however many years. But you're also not satisfied.
Sure.
And as a fan, you should not be satisfied with, we're just great, but we haven't won. You got to do the thing. Right. And that was a little bit of my frustration a little bit earlier in the week, is that there is there not come off as a little bit of attitude like they've already won it?
Well, all right, let's get to that. The question itself, grateful or upset?
Right.
Like, are you more when you think about this time, are you grateful or upset? 8030550, that was their conversation yesterday. I heard this question and I loved it. Because my answer is, if there was a slider, 100 to one side, 100 to the other, grateful or upset, where am I? This may come as a surprise to some of you. My answer is 100-0 grateful. It's not close. I want to even go so far as to say I'm not upset. Maybe I'm not upset enough because I'm so grateful. Sure, we talk about how they could be better. What could they do? Let's get to these games. And then we get to those games, and when they win or they lose, I am eternally grateful for living in this era of the Bills. I think the drought brought me to a land of course I want them to win the Super Bowl. It would be the greatest thing ever. But you can't get me to even tick that slider more than 5 points to the upset side. Upset? Mm-hmm. When they lost to the Texans, I know people were devastated. I came in the next day, I'm like, I'm so happy to have been a part of it. Mm-hmm. It was a playoff game. And the AFC Championship games, I mean, listen, losing to the Chiefs is getting old. And I'm getting annoyed at them, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's frustration involved, but it is not close for me. The GM can get mad at me for wanting receivers, and we can argue with each other about the value of guards. But at the end of the day, I work in the place where we watch Josh Allen do magic things, and I think back to the people that watched this team in the '90s. Sure, other people can walk into the room and say, "Oh, 4 straight Super Bowls," and that hurts to lose those. But are you crazy? You have to have lived through that. That's the point. You never get guaranteed championships. It's why anytime anybody asks me, would you want a championship? If I can never know that I'm going to get one. The whole idea is the chase. The whole idea is, will we ever get there? Will they ever do it? It's the most dramatic television show there is. It's a community, unifying experience, and we're all on the ride together. And I am endlessly grateful that we have a good era of football to talk about.
I'm definitely that too. I'm definitely not 100-0 like you are. I might be 70-30.
Okay.
In favor of grateful.
Give me like 98-2. I'll put a 2 in there.
98-2.
I'll put a 2 in there.
Part of it is it is that they haven't won, and that I've never seen them win, and knowing you're thinking about like what that could be like, and being angry that they. I guess you kind of have to feel like they should have, though. You have to feel like they should have won one.
I do think they are overdue. I think that they should have are overdue. Not even won one. They should have been to one by now.
And there also is, I don't know how many Bills fans carry this around. It's probably healthy to not carry this around. That the period of time that you are grateful for and that you enjoy so much and is so much fun is also embarrassing. Because that's the Super Bowl era. I didn't live through that, but when that era comes up, it is kind of, it's both. It's more healthy again to think about how great that was and to have lived through it, but you see jokes made about it all the time. But still, to this day, there are jokes that are made about how they lost 4 straight Super Bowls. There's this caveat that comes with all those great times that they had to throw that little extra embarrassing piece of it. And to a lesser extent, I think that's that 6-year most wins without reaching a Super Bowl stat. There's just this little piece of embarrassment that comes along with it.
Yeah, it's the new, congratulations.
Right, a little bit.
Congratulations. And if there's someone from a market or a team that has won, they get to slap you across the face with it.
Right.
You can be a Packers fan and do it. You can be of course, a Chiefs fan. You can be I'm not a Bengals fan. The Bengals haven't won anything. They went to a Super Bowl. They can throw that at you.
Right. And it's anxiety and winning while Allen is this good and, ever thinking about the idea that they wouldn't win. I still think they're going to win. That's the other thing. That's what makes me not be,
They're going to get it done eventually.
Eventually I'll get to a point where it's 50-50. Grateful versus upset. The longer this goes on, really, it's more and more. How much has the anxiety grown for me personally that they're not going to win it? And for right now, I still believe that they're going to. And that you can even tie in the wide receiver point about this earlier in the week. Sure, I believe that their best chance to win it would be if they have like an elite receiver to go along with all this other stuff they have. But I tell you right now, I think they're going to win it someday, and I do not think they're going to have an elite receiver on the team when they do. Fair?
That might be right. I don't know.
They're not talking or acting like they're ever going to go chase that.
There's lots of ways.
You could get a draft pick to become that, and that would be a way to do it. But like right now, they are the co-favorites to win the AFC, which is a little bit funny.
As they should be.
That Nick Wright clip the other day where he called us Jerry and Joe, he got distracted because they put a graphic up on the bottom that said Bills were favored and Chiefs were behind them. So
he got mad about that, huh?
Yeah. The Bills and Ravens. I think he started yelling about how many times these guys have to take turns losing before you're willing to make Kansas City the favorites.
And therein lies the upset part of it.
Exactly.
Like these that's the thing. There are people that exist, not us, to make you upset. Sometimes we do, but we don't exist solely for that purpose. Anyway, let's get some calls in. 803-0550. And on that thing about McDermott from Nick Costos, there is a conversation about how many years until something major changes. Quarterback's not going to be it. Coach and GM are the only 2 major changes the Bills could make if they wanted to.
Well, they already made the only other one they could have made, which was Diggs.
I mean,
and that doesn't
real
rate to the same
big
way.
change. You're not getting it done. If they're not getting it done defensively, who goes? McDermott, Bean? Who's most likely to go?
If they don't get it done defensively?
Yeah. Because a funny thing happened on the way to Brandon Bean building the defense and saying over and over and over, it's the defense, it's the defense, it's the defense. It was the defense. Is every time he says that, I think people look at Sean McDermott and say it's that guy's fault. And despite the fact that Brandon Bean, of course, built the defense, he doesn't get tied to the defense. This week was Bean aligning himself with the offense. Was it not?
Yeah.
Bringing up Allen and Rosen here and on McAfee. Talking about how all the stats about the offense. And then it's the defense that let us down. And I think it is, I don't know that it's calculated. I might not go that far. But anybody that follows this team, when you think about the defensive failures, who do you think of, McDermott or Bean? Bean gets the players. Bean drafts them, signs free agents. I mean, people here think that McDermott has a hand in every single personnel move they make, right down to not wanting a receiver. And I don't think that that's accurate. So, if they have another offensive season like they just did and the defense lets them down, and we come in here on the Monday after that game, whose name are you going to hear so-and-so's got to go? Who's going to go? McDermott or Bean? They do not report to each other. They both report to the head coach. So at some point, they both report to the owner. So at some point, if there is going to be a change, that owner's going to have to pick a side. 803-0550.
But how many years of not winning before you can
before
get to
the
that?
owner says, or before one of the sides says, I need a different partner here? Mm-hmm. Or do they just, stay together? Jason in Amherst. Hey, Jason, good morning.
Hey, I'm happy you guys are talking about how you can be both grateful and frustrated, because it seems like a lot of people, at least, debating online, think you have to be one or the other. And I was alive for the Super Bowl era, the drought, and I'm super grateful. Every morning after a win on Monday, that day is better. I'm like light and smiling at people. But I am really, really frustrated, and I wanted to talk about the McDermott point. I don't think we should be calling for him to be fired, but everyone does have their breaking point, and that's an interesting conversation. I have one more playoff loss in me, a playoff loss where we look kind of unprepared or like we don't have any answers. I just want to have a defense that, stops Patrick Mahomes a little bit, not even a lot. He can have a good game. He can have a great game. It's just hard to watch him have like a historically efficient game, where one of his best games of his career against us, like he did in this last one. It's just starting to get tough for me to. I didn't know I could feel pain like I did after this last loss. It was shocking to be brought back into that world this much. So I think I have one more. I assume everyone has their breaking point. And one quick thing I wanted to say, a lot of people say, well, who else are you going to get? We don't know who's good out there. I had no idea Sean McVay was going to be a successful coach because I didn't know who he was. Like, you hire someone who interviews well, and then they turn into someone good. We don't know who might be good. You try things, and you can say that with every winning coach. We didn't know about them until they won. So I don't think that's a great retort.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. As I say grateful, I guess it's just because I don't view wanting to, like you said, people act like you have to be one or the other. I'm very grateful, but absolutely pushing for whatever it takes to win. I want the Bills to go more all in and be more like the Eagles in the way that they defer money and use the salary cap to their advantage. The Eagles do it in a way that other teams don't and probably should. And I also don't appreciate, and it really doesn't make sense to me, if you call and say, like, I'd move on from McDermott. Anybody that responds with, oh, so we can go back to the drought years, like, I don't ever view that as a serious comment. The thing about Allen, and this is something we got into this week, is no matter what, no matter who he's with, Bills fans are going to believe they can win with Josh Allen, and that's probably justified. Mm-hmm. We kind of played with the experience during the draft. What if Josh Allen, the Bills fold, and he becomes the quarterback of the Cowboys? What do you think the Cowboys will do? I mean, Dak is good. The Cowboys are a playoff team. Are they a contender in the NFC immediately?
Maybe a lot better. Yes.
Even though Dak is good.
Yeah.
If Josh Allen just left and went to the Giants, what would they be? In the mix for the division?
Super Bowl contender.
If you went to the Bucs, are they a Super Bowl contender?
Yes.
If you went to the Rams, what are they doing? Contender. Super Bowl contender.
I think almost any team, probably actually every team in the league. Who's the worst team in the league? Put them on Carolina.
The Titans. He goes to the Titans. What do? They make the playoffs this year?
Yeah.
Probably.
Maybe they're not Super Bowl contender, but I'd pick them and make the playoffs.
And that's a powerful thing to have on your team. And it raises your expectation. And that's like the genesis of how the Bean argument gets going, is he's thinking, I got to build these other places for Allen, while I think, and some other Bills fans seem to think, boy, you got to just surround him with everything he needs because he could go anywhere and win. And if you're not doing it, it kind of just brightens the spotlight each and every time. I keep making the comparison to Rory McIlroy, because when I read Kyle Porter about Rory, I think it was Kyle Porter that wrote this, it was a way to talk about pressure that I'd never thought about it before, and I just appreciated it. When you haven't won the thing that everybody knows you can. You haven't won the thing that everybody knows that you should win. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen's pressure is not the same as... I shouldn't say that. The pressure to win with Josh is not the same as the pressure to win with Dak. Dak is really good. But there's not this, he should have had one by now. Mm-hmm. And Allen has that. Does Burrow even have that? How many quarterbacks have the...
It's Allen and Jackson.
Right.
That's it.
If you have him, you should have won it.
Right.
And maybe in 7 years, Jaden Daniels gets to that status if he plays amazing and doesn't get to one.
Right.
But that's the building the Bills operate in. You should have had one.
By the way, on the coach point, this could be the GM too. And this is, I'm not saying that either guy should be fired right now, but I was thinking about this yesterday a little bit, that If they ever did that, years from now, they're still not winning, and they actually something happens, and they actually move on from one of the two. It isn't like the drought. Like there's not a fear of mine that they wouldn't get some qualified candidate. Chan Gailey comes here as the head coach in part because nobody else would take the job, right? Like they had to hire a fired offensive coordinator because that's where the state of the organization was. We have this conversation with the Sabres all the time, right? There was a report they tried to call Craig Berube last offseason about being the Sabres head coach, and he didn't want to take the call. Basically, why? Because look at the state of the franchise. Look at the state of the Bills. If some dramatic shift happens in 3 years and they still haven't won, and Sean McDermott's no longer the head coach or Brandon Beane's no longer the general manager, you don't think that the most qualified candidates are going to be lining up to coach Josh Allen?
Hey, do you want to come in our brand new palace of a stadium that we're just about to open with the best player in the NFL?
You'll have people quitting their jobs to get this one. So that's not to say I want either one of them fired. It's just I don't have this fear that if they ever do,
what would happen?
That they're going to get some bozo to come run the show.
Elijah Moore. We like the Elijah Moore signing quite a bit. Fits in quite nicely.
Yes, I like it a lot. He wore number 8 in Cleveland.
Yeah? Is he going to wear 8?
Is that taken right now?
Should I get a jersey? Just to commemorate the last 4 days? I was joking about that last night. Maybe I could.
Is there a pun to be had? But you like more wide receivers on the back? Moore.
Elijah Moore jersey. I have an Andy Dalton jersey to commemorate that day. I have a Cam Atkinson jersey.
You do?
Yeah.
You have an Andy Dalton jersey?
Yes.
A Bengals Andy Dalton jersey?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know this. When's the last time you wore it?
The
Bengals annoy you now. You wouldn't wear a Bengals jersey.
No, that's right, but I think it was the player that's responsible for ending the drought. I was going to buy his jersey, so I bought Dalton's jersey.
Yeah. I'm assuming made sure it was the one that he was actually... It was the white one, right?
Nah, I just bought an Andy Dalton jersey.
That's... Wait. You bought an Andy Dalton jersey, but it's not the one, like the same color he was wearing when he broke the drought?
No.
I would have tried to line that up.
Yeah, well.
I also have a Cam Atkinson jersey, by the way. 8 is unavailable because Terrell Bernard switched his number.
Oh, that's right.
So Terrell Bernard is 8.
Do we have to be scared that Elijah Moore is going to get one of these bad numbers? Like 22?
Who were you telling me the other day
Matthew Golden took 22. Terrace Marshall took 46.
46. Well, 43 is available. Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all taken.
That's bad news.
11 taken. 12 taken. Retired.
Taken.
13 available. 14 unavailable. 15 unavailable. 16 available. 18 available.
Who's in
13, 16, 18 are his only numbers.
Who's in 14 right now? Because that was, of course, Diggs and then Claypool.
Mike White.
All right.
Well, he's back. I think he's going to be the backup quarterback.
I mean, sure. They gave it to Claypool, so come on. 13.
Diggs. You're making They already gave it out.
13. That's Stevie Johnson. Elijah Moore in 13.
16.
You know what?
I think 18 is the 18's the one. He wore 8. 18. Just add the 1 in.
My Gabe Davis jersey would appreciate 13 because then I can just change the nameplate.
No, they have to save that though for when Gabe Davis gets cut by the Jaguars and inevitably comes back to the Bills.
How about in the 80s? What do you got in the 80s?
The 80s. See, my mind is so trained now on receivers, I didn't even think to look at the 80s because nobody does it.
Shavers is 80.
81 available, 82, 83, 84 is Zach Davidson. 85 is available.
You're in the tight end. You can't go higher than 84. That's tight end territory.
Well, 88 you could do, but still that's also taken.
I think 81. 81 works for me. Give me the old
89 is Jalen Virgil.
The old peerless price number for Elijah Moore.
You know what? I might go 87 for Elijah Moore.
That's a tight end number.
Let's bring that back. Let's bring that back. Reggie Wayne, right? You've had some great receivers that
You're
have
out
worn
here
87 over the years.
Trying to put a slow number on Elijah Moore. It's terrible.
That's what he's going to reinvent. He's going to change the narrative on 87.
You can't make 87
We're
fast.
We're going to take it back from the tight ends.
87 is Gronk. You can't make 87 fast. You can't do it. 87
unless the guy is fast.
Nope.
Mushlin Muhammad was number 87.
Mushin Muhammad?
Yeah, Mushin Muhammad, excuse me. Roger Craig.
You can't make 87 fast. Can't do it. We would be watching him on film and like,
Kadarius Toney.
Too slow. Is wearing what?
Kadarius Toney was number 87 when he started with the Giants. So what do you want? You want 18 for him?
How'd that go with the Giants? Not very good.
Yeah, it didn't. Oh, Romeo Dobbs is number 87?
Looks slow.
Does he?
I don't know. 803-0550. Paul Hamilton, when we get back, there's a Friedman report, Elliot Friedman, about what's going on with the Sabres. They did have their meeting. We'll check in on the Amerks playoff run, how Devin Levi's been doing, but also ask Paul, is anything going to happen? It's May 1st, and they had their end of season. They said they were going to meet with ownership. We'll talk with Paul Hamilton, just a quick check-in on the Buffalo Sabres. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Hey, yo. You know, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted...
All right.
There we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too, so go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome. So I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay.
That would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, well, this is now people are going to say this to me for the rest of my life. The question itself, grateful or upset?
Right.
Are you more when you think about this time, are you grateful or upset? 803-0550. That was their conversation yesterday. I heard this question and I loved it. Because my answer is, if there was a slider, 100 to one side, 100 to the other, grateful or upset, where am I? This may come as a surprise to some of you. My answer is 100 to 0 grateful. It's not close. I want to even go so far as to say I'm not upset. Maybe I'm not upset enough because I'm so grateful. Sure, we talk about how they could be better. What could they do? Let's get to these games. And then we get to those games, and when they win or they lose, I am eternally grateful for living in this era of the Bills. I think the drought brought me to a land of course I want them to win the Super Bowl. It would be the greatest thing ever. But you can't get me to even tick that slider more than 5 points to the upset side. Upset? Mm-hmm. When they lost to the Texans, I know people were devastated. I came in the next day, I'm like, I'm so happy to have been a part of it. It was a playoff game. And the AFC Championship games, I mean, listen, losing to the Chiefs is getting old. And I'm getting annoyed at them, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And, yeah, there's frustration involved, but it is not close for me. The GM can get mad at me for wanting receivers, and, we can argue with each other about the value of guards. But at the end of the day, I work in the place where we watch Josh Allen do magic things. And I think back to the people that watched this team in the 90s. Sure, other people can walk into the room and say, 4 straight Super Bowls. And that hurts to lose those. But are you crazy? You have to have lived through that that's the point. You never get guaranteed championships. It's why anytime anybody asks me, would you want a championship? I can never know that I'm going to get one. The whole idea is the chase. The whole idea is, will we ever get there? Will they ever do it? It's the most dramatic television show there is. It's a community, unifying experience, and we're all on the ride together. And I am endlessly grateful that we have a good era of football to talk about.
The Bills sign a wide receiver, Elijah Moore, 1 year, $5 million, up to $5 million. We don't have the guaranteed money on it yet. Moore visited the Bills earlier in the week, signs yesterday. And he had 61 catches last year, which was a career high. He was a second-round pick 5 years ago for the New York Jets. Speed receiver, separator. To hockey, last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, two teams advancing, Florida and Washington, both beating Tampa and Montreal in 5 games. Florida moves on to play the winner of Toronto and Ottawa. Game 6 for that series is tonight. The Leafs were up 3-0 in the series. Now it's 3-2, and tonight's game is in Ottawa. Washington will move on to play Carolina. Winnipeg also winning last night over St. Louis, take a 3-2 series lead. And in the NBA, the Lakers season comes to an end. They lose to Minnesota in 5. The Rockets win to stay alive against the Warriors. Game 6 in Golden State will be this weekend. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet. Oh, reminder, the Buffalo Bandits will be on the air tomorrow. Playoffs Game 1 against Vancouver is tomorrow. 7 o'clock, we'll have it here on WGR, so be sure to tune in. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership.
Hey, the Bills have been, busy and drafting and news. The Sabres have been quietly just kind of there.
Can I predict that clip was from the Leafs blowing it in a playoff series?
Fanouf?
Like they're going to tonight?
I believe it. Paul, you can give us the answer to this. I believe it was from a game where the Sabres would have played the Calgary Flames.
I don't remember, to be quite honest with you.
Hold on, let me Google Fanouf.
He's because
you know what? I'm not gonna go ahead and put that in.
Yeah, don't do that. Because I'm thinking he's on the Leafs and maybe is the captain when they blow a 3-goal lead
Boston?
to the Bruins in Game 7.
Yeah, maybe.
I think so. But whatever.
Speaking of other teams, Paul, what's your feeling on Utah Mammoth? Because I think it's going that way. I saw that there was a brief moment where the Utah Hockey Channel, the YouTube page, the indicators are Mammoth might be the pick. How's it hit you?
As long as it's not the hockey team, that's what I was afraid they were going to do, is just stay with that. I don't know. I just don't understand why it had to be the hockey team ever. Why did it take so long to make a decision?
Yeah.
It's just like, all right, you have this franchise, you have this franchise, and it takes you over a year to figure out what you want to call it.
So I read a story about their arena that they're going to do because it's a basketball rink. Sorry, this is an aside, but it's a basketball rink, obviously, and a hockey rink, and hockey rinks are much bigger. So how do you fit more in? Because I think in their inaugural season as a hockey rink, they only had 11,000 seats available.
Well, because there's some seats that are also obstructed because it was built for basketball.
Right. So they're going to undergo a process and put in some sort of riser system that will add 6,000 seats to it. It'll soon be a 17,000-seat stadium. They're going to blow out the ends and transform it, basically, to retrofit it to fit a full NHL crowd. So
they're not going to go up with it?
I don't think so. I think it's I was trying to understand exactly how it's going to work. Because
that's what they were going to do with this baseball stadium here, is go up.
Right.
When they were, if it would have become major league.
Right.
Yeah, I'll find the answer to this, but the thing I read about was a riser system that's being installed. Anyway, 8030550. Yeah, an innovative new system, incredible viewing experience for Jazz fans. They've come to love optimizing sight lines for NHL fans. Multi-year renovation. You know what I'm going to really look for here is some sort of artist rendering.
Well, this is also funny because they're building a new arena, but not until the Olympics come.
Yeah.
So, their future plan is they'll go into whatever that arena is.
Basically, I'm looking at one mock-up of it. It looks like the Delta Center, the entire lower bowl, which is kind of sloped gradually for basketball, that'll get steeper, which will allow for more seats to go in and also better sight lines. So anyway.
I thought that was illegal to make it steeper.
I don't know. They're doing it.
Because remember, that's the reason why they can build hockey arenas that are steeper in Canada, but they can't here.
Right. I wonder if it's so flat that this maybe is just bringing it back to where other NHL teams are.
Listen,
we're in the weeds.
I'm about to go further in the weeds. They're also installing 4 new dehumidifiers. So they're going to great lengths. Anyway, Paul, hey, what's going on with the Sabres? There's supposed to be a meeting, right? Kevin Adams meeting with ownership and whether or not there are going to be changes or what might happen. It's been, I don't know, has it been quieter than you thought over there? Is there some sort of expected move coming with a shuffle or anything like that?
Well, I would imagine the NFL draft might have put that off because, Terry would want to be in on all the NFL draft meetings. And usually, the hockey meeting is down in Florida. Now, it could have been here. I suppose he could have come up right at the end, and done it before the draft and the draft meetings. I just know he likes being part of all the draft meetings and everything like that. So that would make me think maybe they put that off then, and maybe the hockey people would come to Florida, or maybe he stayed later, into Sunday, and they did it here on Sunday, something like that. So it has been rather quiet. You would think that something is going to come out of that. Whether it has to do with Adams, whether it has to do with assistant coaches, whether it has to do with the hockey department. I doubt it would have anything to do with Lindy Ruff. Kevin Adams has already said Lindy Ruff is coming back next year. The meeting might have something to do with, Lindy Ruff basically is going to make the decisions on players, type of a thing. It could be something like that. That Adams loses some of his power when it comes to that. So, there's a lot of different things that I can tell you that I do not believe if he was in Rochester for Game 2, Adams and Ruff, they weren't in a place where we could see them because they always are in the same place when they're there, and they weren't. So, and that was Sunday.
Right.
So, they could have been meeting with Terry on Sunday in Buffalo. They could have been on the way to Florida and done it there, because the draft was over. So there's just a number of different ways that it could have gone.
Do you think that if there isn't a change in job title, you just kind of spoke to, like, maybe the shuffle doesn't even feature a job title. It's just more power behind the scenes.
Exactly. It would. Yeah. I don't think it'd be a job title if it's just, Lindy Ruff is going to tell you so-and-so and so-and-so can't, they don't fit. They're not going to play. You got to get rid of them, and you got to bring in certain types of players, that type of thing.
Yeah. Would you expect them to us to see reports, or maybe I don't know about an announcement then that he would be staying on as GM? I'm thinking back to when they originally talked about, this was Kim Pagula, that Jason Botterill was going to stay. That was, of course, before he got fired weeks later, but that was something fans were talking about then, and it's like they came out and like made sure everybody knew like he was sticking on. I wonder if they would do that with Adams too.
I don't know if they would make an announcement that he's going to stay. It's a different PR regime that might think, might just think that do it a different way. That, well, what are we making an announcement about? We're not changing anything,
right?
So why are we making an announcement? Type of a thought process. So, now would they announce certain assistant coaches are gone? I don't know. I don't know if that would be an announcement or not. The hockey department. I don't know if that would be an announcement. We're going to have different scouts, or we're going to have, shuffle the deck there, or something like that. I don't know if that would be any type of announcement type of a thing. So, we'll see. We'll see. If it's not specifically Adams, I wouldn't count on an announcement, but I also wouldn't. I just don't know how they would react.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline chatting with us about the Sabres, who, their season came to an end. We've not really heard about any sort of moves. There have been reports about that. And you mentioned Lindy and Kevin Adams. They may have been in Rochester, but you just didn't see them. Rochester, meanwhile, is up 2-0 in that series and looking to close out tonight against Syracuse. Devin Levi, a shutout. I saw the guys that scored the goals, Paul. Good. I mean, if you're really hanging on to Sabres prospects, it was a good game for that. Konsta Helenius scored, their first-round pick from this last season. Isaac Rosen scored, and Yuri Kulik scored, while Devin Levi got a shutout. So when you watch Rochester, Paul, I don't know how many available spots they're going to have on this team next year, how quickly they'll kind of turn things, because they want to be more veteran-laden than young. But do you feel like there is at least Bottrell was big on this, that what they have in Rochester starts to look like a healthy foundation, like a healthy feeder system that a good team would need?
Yeah, and a guy like Ostlund, who I thought accounted for himself very well in Buffalo at the end of the year, I wouldn't rush him up there. He'd start in Rochester next year, because I think that's part of the problem why some of these young players or maybe their growth was stunted. They were rushed to the National Hockey League, except for Kulik. Kulik has had over 100 games in the American Hockey League. Rosen has had over 100 games. Now Levi has played pretty much a year and a half in Rochester, which they should have done earlier. But he has had proper development, I think. So even though Ostlund, I think, accounted for himself very well, there's no reason to be rushing him up here, because I think you're absolutely right. They need to find veterans right now to mix in with some of these young players. I think Zucker was a great find, and I think Zucker was great for Kulik throughout the year. I mean, he helped him move in to his apartment or house or whatever it was. And really was with him all the way through to help him with his growth. So, I like these two Russian defensemen, but I don't think they're ready for the NHL yet. But they just continue to impress me. I thought last year in the playoffs, the one that was here, I thought played very well. Komarov is a big guy who, he got pretty much knocked out, but he was in a fight with one of the bigger Syracuse, and that's the thing. They're playing a goon squad. I mean, this is a big team. This is a dirty team. It's probably one of the dirtiest teams I have ever seen. They will cheap shot you. They will take you head first into the wall. They will, when you're not expecting to get hit, they'll come hit you from behind. But they're huge. And he took on one of their bigger guys, and they just kind of slugged. It was a slugfest. It was a good fight back and forth. Unfortunately, he got caught with an uppercut, and down he went, which might put him out for a little bit. But he's a big kid too, and I was impressed with him before that happened. And that's the thing. They play a very good defensive system too. And Levi made over 30 saves. It was around 35 in that shutout win. But I don't know if there were any shots he couldn't see. He could see everything, whether it was long range and everything. He made some good saves. He looks like, he's so confident in what he's doing right now, his movements. He's not, overplaying things in the net. He's coming out to challenge shooters. He just, looked good, but he didn't have to make that save where you go, oh wow, did you see that type of a thing? Because they're. Rochester had a little bit trouble with the puck in the second period, but not huge amount. They just play good defensive hockey, which helps them along the way. And as I said, the two Russian kids are part of that. Ryan Johnson's part of that on the defense. But I'll get back to Kulik again. I mean, it was a couple of plays that had nothing to do with the offense that really impressed me. I'd written in my notes before he even got into the offense, and he had to fight through it. He has to fight through these big guys, and he knows you better look out or they're going to knock you out. I mean, they're going to pile drive you into the wall, and they're going to be punch you in the back of the head. And the first thing I wrote on him is he took his check right back to the crease, and had he not done that, that guy would have been wide open for a pass for a great opportunity on goal. But I thought, here's a guy who's learning the two-way game. Made a great defensive play coming back. Made sure he was with his guy. Next thing I know, he blocks a shot. He can't even get to the bench. He can't put any weight on his leg whatsoever. And I'm thinking, this does not look good at all. It wasn't like a typical, you limp off after a block shot, walk it off type of a thing. But he wouldn't leave the bench. He just stayed there. As much as I think they wanted him to go to the room, he wouldn't. And then he, at a whistle, he went on the ice and tried to skate, and that didn't look good. I mean, he could hardly still couldn't skate, but he stayed on the bench, finally pulled himself together, and, right at the end of the second period, Syracuse got the penalty with 17 seconds. It was like 17.6 seconds left to go in the period. The puck was in the net by 13.3 seconds. It took 4 seconds for Dunn, who you recall came up for a few games, win a draw, back to Clegg, and over for one of the one-timers, and it was an absolute he just clobbered that puck. It was a missile that he put in, and they had that goal. That was the second goal to make it 2-0 as they went in for the end of the second period. And then he wins a face-off back to Clegg and goes to the net as Clegg fires one, and now he's got a goal and an assist to go with, It just, he stuck with it, too. As I said, it wasn't an easy game for him to slog through. First of all, because I know he's got a great big welt on his foot. And second of all, Syracuse is not going to make it easy on you. They are going to make it absolutely miserable for you. But he fought through it, and I thought looked really good.
Paul Hamilton on the Sabres, who we're waiting any news from, and the Amerks, who look to close it out tonight against the Syracuse Crunch. Thanks, Paul.
No problem. Take care.
Paul's appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. The Amerks looking to close it out, looking to not do what the Leafs did. Leafs were up 3-0, have lost 2 straight. I saw a quick note. The Leafs were up 3-0, and the Panthers were only 2 games into that series. Mm-hmm. And now Florida's going to end up being the more rested team because they're already through. Mm-hmm. You're up 3-0 thinking, all right, great. And now if they win, they beat Ottawa. Sure, you're through, but the Panthers are the more rested team. Washington and Carolina, the only 2 teams that are the other 2 teams that are through. On the West, nobody is through. Not a single series is going less than 6 in the West.
And a super fast stat on the Leafs. The Leafs now with this core group of players are 1-13 in elimination games.
Games where they can eliminate the other team.
Yeah, 1-13.
That is stat of the year.
Yeah.
14 times
they've been able to advance to the next round.
And they have 1 win.
Yeah.
Remarkable. 803-0550. Top of the hour, Sal, quickly on the Bills' Elijah Moore signing. 8:30, Jets host on the Elijah Moore signing. What happened there with the Jets, where they drafted him as a second-round pick. And at 9 o'clock, former Bills offensive lineman Jerry Ostrowski on the Bills draft. And specifically, I want to get to him on Deion Walker, the Bills' 4th-round pick, because I know he's got a lot of knowledge of the kind of injury that Walker had. We'll talk about what the Bills are going to do with him and the draft class in general. So stay tuned. We've got lots coming up. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. All right, Elijah Moore base trivia. Bills add a wide receiver. We like it.
Yes.
Can we hit the sound effect we have been legally permitted to use again? Did somebody say, like, oh, we're never blowing the train horn again? Get out of here. Are you nuts? It's a 1-year contract. We're right back into the draft next year. Anyway, quarterbacks to start more than 3 games during Elijah Moore's career. All right? He's on a team playing receiver, quarterbacks with which he has appeared within a game 3 times or more.
Okay. Joe Flacco.
That is correct.
Between 2 teams, I think.
There are
Jets and
7
Browns.
answers here.
Okay.
One of these is kind of wild, and I got to look up that this guy actually played for this team because I kind of don't remember it. But yes,
Deshaun Watson.
That is correct. 3 games with this. Yes, Deshaun Watson. Yes,
it was only 3, or it was more.
It's at least 3.
At least 3. Okay.
At least 3. Yeah.
Does Dorian Thompson-Robinson get there?
Yes.
Okay.
So you have Joe Flacco, Deshaun Watson, Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Jameis
Winston is correct.
I think Moore had a huge game last year. Wasn't there a Thursday night game where Winston had like 500 yards?
Denver, maybe?
That sounds right. Jets. Zach Wilson.
Correct.
Wonder if that would be the guy with the most starts here. Mike White.
Correct. Last year,
Current bill.
Elijah Moore had 8 for 114. Sorry, 8 for a 111.
Yeah.
Against the Broncos.
Yeah. Judy might have had more than that.
8 for 85 against Baltimore also.
Okay. That's 6, so I only have one more? You said there were 7? Or there's more than that?
You got Zach Wilson, Mike White, Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and Jameis Winston.
Is this the guy I'm missing that you had to look up because it just didn't seem right?
I did not remember this player playing 3 games.
Is it... It could be... Both these teams just always have so many quarterbacks.
Right.
The Browns and Jets. These are the 2 quarterback T-shirt teams, right?
Right now.
Like,
yep.
Quarterbacks in my lifetime, and it's like the list that goes like down to the bottom of your shirt. Like, these are the 2 teams.
He should use that phrase when he is introduced to the media. Yeah, I've been playing with the quarterback T-shirt teams.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll be happy to come to Josh Allen.
Man.
I think of this guy most famously with Carolina. I did not realize he played for the Browns for 3 games with Elijah Moore.
Carolina?
Yeah, I associate him with Carolina. Because he beat Tom Brady.
Jake Delhomme's in my head. That's far too long ago.
This guy has
P.J. Walker.
P.J. Walker. A minute on Elijah Moore. We also get to get to the Derby field because I think that there is a horse that we are required to bet on, the 4 of us. Official morning show horse. I think there's going to be one in there based on the name.
Wide receiver trained.
No. I would bet on that horse, though.
WR trained.
And also at some point this morning, to those of you on the chat, in YouTube, you can see this. We're going to eat Josh's beef jerky.
Yes.
You made beef jerky. Homemade jerky.
Never done it before, so I think it came out good.
It's beef jerky.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We're going to try it. Why not?
I'm excited.
Sal on the other side, 803-0550 if you want to get thought in on Elijah Moore and the Bills adding a receiver. That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah.
So I've got some Bills of last year, the receivers they had last year. So Hollins signs with the Bills for 1 year, 2.6. That was it.
Yep.
2.6 for Hollins, which is about, half of what Elijah Moore has signed for. 1 year, 2.6. And Hollins lived in that neighborhood for a while. His previous contracts were 2.5, 2.6, and then now in New England, his base salary is like 4.2. So Hollins got a nice little raise, and the Bills were not willing to pay him that 4.2. And if I'm being honest, Elijah Moore is a better idea than Mac Hollins.
Yes.
I think he's a better receiver than Mac Hollins. And I think Elijah Moore has the potential to be better than Amari Cooper was last year. So does Josh Palmer. The Bills have, for $15 million in the form of Palmer and Moore, probably upgraded a little bit. So whatever. There's a lot to get into with regard to all of it. It's been a week. I mean, we've had a week, as evidenced by the existence and the coining of the Jerry and Joe show, courtesy of, the shouty shows. But the Bills have made a nice move here. A move that we talked about before the draft. He's probably the best of the UFA ideas out there, better than Keenan Allen, a better idea than
bringing Cooper back.
Yeah, I think he's the. I thought he was the best of the free agent ideas. On buy low and see what this can become. 1 year, up to $5 million. He's young. He could parlay it into something. It could also be a Mac Hollins situation where he plays really well and they decide not to sign him, and we're kind of back in the same boat. So,
right.
This reminds me of a Beasley Brown kind of signing. It reminds me of a Mac Hollins signing. And to the larger point on what they do at this position, if they want to do it this way, where, hey, let's keep finding guys on other teams that we think are better than their production. And let's keep taking hits at that. They could absolutely shine a guy up. That is kind of what they did on Diggs' side, but that was obviously a much higher level. That was, this guy's really good, really good. We think with us he can become great.
Well, the Bills add a wide receiver. Elijah Moore is coming to Buffalo. 1 year, worth up to $5 million. We don't know the guaranteed money just yet. He had visited with the Bills earlier in the week. Last year, he was with Cleveland. 61 catches was a career high. We'll talk more about it with Sal Capaccio coming up next. The other news in the NFL yesterday, the Patriots are not picking up the fifth-year option on offensive lineman Cole Strange, who was a controversial first-round pick a couple of years ago. The Jets are quarterback Jordan Travis is retiring from the NFL after just 1 year. He was a fifth-round pick of the Jets last year. He probably would have been if not for the injury that's ending his career. The one that kept Florida State out of the college football playoff ends Jordan Travis's career. His football days are over. To hockey. NHL playoffs last night. The Capitals win over Montreal. Panthers over the Lightning. Both of those teams moving on to the second round. The Jets win over St. Louis. Winnipeg takes a 3-2 series lead. Tonight, Toronto and Ottawa at 7. Toronto still leading the series 3-2, but they've lost back-to-back games. NBA playoffs, the Lakers season comes to an end. They lose in 5 to the Timberwolves. And the Warriors lost to the Rockets, but Golden State still leads the series 3-2. The Buffalo Bandits in action tomorrow, 7:30 for Bandits versus Vancouver Warriors. That's game 1 of a 3-game series at KeyBank Center. 7:30 is the start time. We will have coverage starting at 7 here on WGR, and you can listen to the game right here. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's Sal Capaccio.
I make a special carpaccio for your exes.
Oh, now that sounds really good.
Oh, you like?
Hey, get away from my wife with that.
What's the matter, carpaccio no good?
What do you do now?
They don't like a carpaccio.
They like carpaccio.
On WGR.
I make a carpaccio for you.
Sports Radio 550.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Sometimes referred to as Jerry and Joe. And we've also coined ourselves this morning Jerry and Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Sal Capaccio
J&B.
joining us on the Wester Hotline. That stems from Sal. I was telling Joe, after I was referred to as Jerry on all the shouty shows for our show, that my name was almost Jerry, and Joe revealed his name was almost Bruno.
Yeah.
You have that? Your parents ever tell you, like, we thought about naming you this
Blank.
instead?
Ooh. No, wait. You really were almost Jerry, though? I'm fascinated by that.
I was almost Jerome. Yeah, my dad wanted Jerome.
Oh.
Yeah. And
Okay.
my mom wanted Jeremiah, and they compromised on Jeremy.
No, I don't think so. I probably always was going to be Salvatore. My dad's name is John. My brother was John also. So that was already out, right? So now we get to Salvatore is my grandfather's name. So I think that was already kind of,
Yeah.
it was always in line. You know what I mean?
This reminds me of one thing before we get to Elijah Moore. Sal, how about this story about the Ulbrichts and the Falcons defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich? His son is the one that's responsible for filming and doing this prank call to Shedeur Sanders. The NFL investigates. They find the Falcons wrong for not protecting phone numbers. They find the Falcons $250,000, and they find Jeff Ulbrich, the Falcons defensive coordinator, $100,000. That is a tough day at work for Jeff Ulbrich, and a tough day for the kid. Sorry, Dad, I cost you $100,000, and your work is going to have to pay $250,000.
Right, and I don't know, Sal, you know, because like $250,000 the Atlanta Falcons is probably nothing, but how much does Jeff Ulbrich make? Like, coordinators in the league, I'm sure, make like $1 million or sure, but it's a much larger percentage of his salary.
It's a chunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably, let's just say it's 1.5. I don't know. Is he up to 2? I'm not really sure, but let's just say that's what it is. It's a pretty good chunk of his salary right there. It's a lot of chores around the house for that kid to make it up, I'll tell you that.
That's right.
I mean, yeah, you're paying me back, son. Listen, I think hopefully a lot of lessons were learned here. There's no doubt about that. You hope people understand. I did see the apology from the young man, and you know, I'm the kind of person, I don't run right to, oh yeah, hollow apology. Like, I hope he understood what he did was wrong, and you know, he's a young person, and you feel, I feel a lot of empathy for these guys, a lot of these guys that this happened to. But what's interesting to me is the fines were not because of the prank call. The fines were because of the leaked information, the leaked phone number. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't the act that actually got the fine.
Yeah.
It was more of the, you let this happen in order to lead up to the person doing it.
Which there's a point to be made here, Sal,
go ahead.
that the league is, of course, sending a message about how seriously they're going to take that kind of security to keep things there. And for what it's worth, the Falcons have been fined a lot. Like, the Atlanta Falcons seem to be an organization. They got hit with the tampering stuff, right? It might have even been it's you again, Falcons. We're going to hit you really hard on this.
Yeah, you're right. Repeat offender, right, in a situation like this. So we'll see. Something like, it is interesting to think of it that way for sure. But hopefully, like I said, a lot of lessons learned. And, it is a very big chunk, like you said, for something like this.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. All right, Sal, so yesterday, Elijah Moore, which is not exactly a huge surprise. Brandon Beane had said during the week that they had him in for a visit prior to the draft, put a pin in it, wait till after, see how things go in the draft. And then they revisit Moore, who signs a one-year deal. We were getting into the weeds of that tender the Browns threw on him, and I was even after discussing it, I was a little fuzzy on it all. So how does it work now? He signs with the Bills 1 year, up to 5. We don't know the numbers on the guarantee. I think a lot of speculation is the guarantee would be at least what that tender number would have been, but I don't know that that's necessarily true.
Agreed. So let's start with the money and how that worked for the Bills. So he was guaranteed, let's just say 3.5 to round it up a little bit, okay? Maybe a little over 3.4. He was guaranteed 3.5 by the Browns if he had not signed with anybody by July 22nd. They were the only team that he could negotiate with, and he would go back to them, and he would play on that number, essentially. Okay, so any team he could sign with, basically he could sign with any amount of money. That team could say, come here, and, we'll give you that money, and you come here and play. And he goes, okay. Or maybe in this case, we'll find out the Bills said, we're not going to give you that guarantee, but we're going to give you a chance to make more than that guarantee. So we'll give you, let's say, 2.5, but a chance to make $5 million. And he goes, I'm going to bet on myself. I'll take less guarantees, but I think that I can do well in this offense. I got Josh Allen throwing to me. I'll be able to hit those incentives. So maybe that's why. He could sign for any number he wants for any team, but he always had that in his back pocket that if he didn't sign, he could go back to the Browns, $3.5 million guaranteed. Okay, because the Browns put the unrestricted free agent tender on him last Monday, it wasn't today, I think when May 1st was thrown on, I even said it the other day, because the draft was a little earlier this year. It's the Monday after the draft is when the deadline is. So this past Monday was the deadline for any free agents to sign with teams that count in the comp pick formula. So that was done, except for this situation where a team puts this UFA tender. He's in a unique situation. Because he signed when he did, it was up until July 22nd where that could still count. Because he signed, he still counts on the comp pick formula. However, if you go to Over the Cap, they do a really good job of this. They actually already have a running tally of qualifying free agents you've added and qualifying free agents that you've had sign elsewhere.
Okay.
He's not going to matter for the Bills. They've already outweighed themselves when it comes to gains versus losses.
Right.
So it's not like signing Elijah Moore all of a sudden makes them, we're not going to get any comp picks next year.
They weren't going to get any.
Weren't going to get any comp picks next year.
Yeah, because they signed Hoyt, Ogunjobi, Bosa, Palmer. Right. Okay.
That's right. Now, what I would say is he's got a 1-year deal. He plays out that deal. If he signs next year as a free agent, he will count for the Bills comp pick formula as a free agent lost if it is a worthy enough contract.
We'll see how he fits in, Sal. But, anytime the Bills bring somebody in on a short-term deal, it could always go well enough to bring him back. I like this player's skill set and the fit. And, we've talked endlessly about the receiver position and how the Bills value it or if it's appropriate. But there's one thing here with Moore that it lines up with a couple things they've done. Getting someone where it looks like the skill set is worthy of a second-round pick. He's a former second-round pick. But it's never really worked for him, whether it's in New York or with Cleveland. He's been unhappy at times, and I've got reports and reading things on scouting reports where he gets open, and he's a route technician, and he's got good speed. He's one of these guys that maybe you draft in a dynasty league, and you wonder, when is this ever going to happen? And if you held on this long, good job, because I think this is a good fit, and I think it could really work out well for Elijah Moore.
Yeah, the player himself, let's go back to the 2022 draft. And you guys remember, that was a player that a lot of people had mocked to the Bills.
Yeah.
A lot of people had talked about the Bills. I joked with Shope last night when I was on with Shope and the Bulldog that I think Mike talked about Elijah Moore as much as he talks about Luther Burden this year. He was all about him. A lot of people were. And I understood why. He was a guy that brought a lot of, the kind of skill set the Bills needed. I don't think at that time the wide receiver train was starting on the tracks yet.
It was.
It was like the very beginning.
It was. It was. I only know that because that's you said 2022 was that year.
2021.
2021, yeah.
Because the Rousseau draft. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's the year they take Basham in the second round. So it was just getting started. But anyway, go ahead.
They didn't have. I'm trying to think. They had that year. Yeah. Okay. So anyway. Either way, the point is, on the draft that year, he was very much a fit for the Bills. A lot of people thought. And when the Bills didn't take him, I remember a lot of people being, the Bills didn't get him in some capacity. People being mad, oh, my God, they blew it. They should have got this guy. And that's fine. That's what we do after the draft. Well, he's now been on 2 teams. And he's not like this superstar wide receiver. But he has put up some production in offenses that haven't had very good quarterback play, right? Through the Jets for 2 years, through the Browns for 2 years. So I think it's kind of really how you want to look at the perspective of what he really is still and can be in the NFL. It is a good lesson, though, in just because we have these thoughts about these guys, these skill sets coming out of the draft, doesn't mean it's always the best fit. Doesn't mean that the player's always going to be, able to hit right away. So now the Bills do have him, and it's also a good lesson what you just said about Brandon Beane. They had him in for a draft. Laviska Shenault's the same thing here. Brandon Beane told us about Laviska Shenault. Now we also know about, what he says about Elijah Moore. These guys, when you have a general manager and a front office staff that's been together this long, this is one of the advantages. You get notes on guys. You have, files and folders on guys and everything, scouting reports, that if you're still in your job when they become a free agent, when they become available for trade, you can really refer back to that and go, wait a minute, what did we all think about him? And it makes it much more streamlined to have a consensus of if you should bring him into your building or not. If Brandon Beane was not the general manager of the Bills this year, if he had, left or been gone or whatever over the last couple of years, you don't have that necessarily. But it's the same quarterback, it's the same head coach, it's the same front office that says, how does he fit now? Because guess what? We can refer right back to 4 years ago and how he fit. Let's see where his career has gone. So, yeah, now as far as the fit is concerned, look, I put out my updated graph. You guys see it, the roster right now. There's 89 players in the roster, counting the UDFAs they're going to bring in reportedly. I think he's in the top 5. Right? To me, it's in whatever order you want to put him. I think it's Khalil Shakir, Keon Coleman, Joshua Palmer, Curtis Samuel, and Elijah Moore. The only question would be, does he become 4 or 5? And does Curtis Samuel become 4 or 5? And do you leave the door open for someone other than them, Tyrell Shavers, Laviska Shenault, someone like that to say, no, I'm going to bump one of you out of your spot?
Yeah, it might be bold to predict that Elijah Moore jumps higher than that, but I do think there's a point here that Joe's been making a lot about Mac Hollins' vacated snaps. Right? When they bring in Mac Hollins, I don't know that they expect him to be the guy that ends up with the most touchdowns or to outlast MVS or Claypool. Those guys were minimal investments, and Hollins got like $2 million or whatever.
And to be on the field the most.
Right. Keon Coleman. Last year, it was a bit of a Curtis Samuel got paid, and Samuel was not a big contributor last year early in the season because of an injury. So I guess what I want to get to, Sal, is while the odds might be wide receiver 4/5, I think it's pretty confident. We should be pretty confident Shakir is 1, and Coleman's going to get his opportunities. But past that, I do think that there is an opening for Moore to establish if he's as good as he's supposed to be, a route runner, a technician, that he might form a rapport with Allen. And I don't think that the ceiling is 4 or 5. I think that the floor, obviously, is 4 or 5.
I wouldn't disagree with that. It's a lot of time between now and then. We'll see what happens. I've heard a lot of people talk about Curtis Samuel's spot. And, look, I find it hard right now, and it's certainly never out of the question. I find it hard right now to believe they would move on from Curtis Samuel with the money that they're giving him right now, with the way that they've talked about how last year's injury impacted him. I think he's still going to be, very much relied on and counted upon to be a part of the offense. But it doesn't certainly mean that he has to be above Elijah Moore when it's all said and done. Elijah Moore could be above him. I think it's hard for me to envision Elijah Moore being above Khalil Shakir or Keon Coleman. We know not Shakir, right? Shakir's just kind of that guy that they just paid. They view him as their number 1 in that regard, with just like the most consistent guy on the field, a lot, targets, things like that. And if he does jump Keon Coleman, that's a Keon Coleman problem.
Yeah.
That is not because Elijah Moore became great, right? The Bills need and want Keon Coleman to be their true outside X receiver. From there, I do think anything's open, guys. And Now you're talking about Joshua Palmer, Elijah Moore, who in a lot of ways are similar players, to be quite honest with you, for all the things that you're talking about. And, separators, able to get down the field. And they do it in different ways maybe at times, but that's right. And then, of course, Curtis Samuel, like I said. And then you do have to leave a little spot open for, okay, does Laviska Shenault show enough as a kick returner that they say, we got to keep this guy on the roster? There's no rule that says you only have to keep 5 receivers. You could keep him as a 6th receiver / kick returner, and then maybe he just steals a few snaps, once it comes time for game day.
Right, especially for Coleman. You talk about how if it was him over Coleman, that it would be more of a Coleman thing. The point about Hollins and vacated snaps, what are a lot of those snaps? He's on the field because of his ability as a blocker, and because the Bills have built this run game that they trust, and they want their receivers to be able to block, and Hollins was good for that. And that's Elijah Moore's a lot of things that I'm excited about. I don't think that's why he's here at all. So Coleman maybe kind of has that role carved out for him if he's ready to take it more than he did last year. And Sal, that kind of goes to can all 5 of these guys coexist? That was something Mike Clay was asking yesterday on Twitter from ESPN. Does this mean anything for Curtis Samuel? Because often you go down to 4 or 5 on the depth chart at wide receiver, and somebody's got to be able to play special teams. And last year for the Bills, that was Hollins. So I don't know. All 5 of these guys also got on the field. You look at the snap counts, the AFC Championship game. Samuel, Cooper, Coleman, Hollins, Shakir, they all played in that AFC Championship game. So do you think that is a point that matters, that one of those 5, for that to be the 5 that plays on game days, somebody's got to be able to play on special teams?
If that's the 5, I think in some capacity you probably need that. But I think I go back to what Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane talked about, over the last couple of months with the new kick rules and things like that. They may have to put a little bit more of a premium on just core special teams players. And that being said, maybe, you want your guys to be able to. I've always said your 5th receiver has to play special teams. So I do think that. But what is that special teams role? Is that a gunner, right? That's generally a lot of times what it can be. But it doesn't have to be if you carve out other roles for guys around the roster doing that. They brought in a lot of corners. Right? Look at the corner group right now. Maybe you keep an extra corner, something like that. Yeah, it's tough, Joe, because they're not true special teams players. I don't think it has to be. There's no hard, fast rule that says those guys have to be it, but it's certainly ideal. The ideal situation is your 5th wide receiver plays special teams because you're not. He's not going to be on the field enough to justify being your 5th wide receiver, right? Especially on game day. I think also, though, there's a point here to be made about the tight end they drafted, which is Jackson Hawes. And when you talk about the snaps being vacated by Hollins, and he's such a blocking guy, well, you have a blocking guy now that actually is a pass catcher. He's not going to go out and be a pass catcher. He's got to be split out and, this flex tight end. It's not what he does. But you now have a bit of a way that you can use your personnel grouping with a tight end who's able to block instead of having it be that extra wide receiver and not bringing in the extra offensive lineman.
Sal Capaccio. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal updating us on Elijah Moore. Quick note here, just because, we've had ourselves a week. And Tyler Dunn just released a Q&A with Brandon Beane, and they talk a lot about the receiver stuff, and in it being, again, misrepresents what we said the morning of the draft, which, whatever. I actually don't think he has to care what we think about it. But I'm going to give you one updated thing here. I was just looking up. The Bills did not have to draft Jalen Royals. They didn't have to get Matthew Golden. But the point about we're all just making there about how this all plays out. What if Elijah Moore doesn't make the team? You'd say, wow, I guess that means that Samuel and Coleman and everybody looks really good, and they need their special teams guy. And did the Bills just burn $3.5 million on the cap because they were just a little bit light? Did they burn $5 million on the cap? We don't know the full numbers. Samuel, he was a 3-year deal. Year 1, halfway into it, we're thinking man, I wish this wasn't a 3-year deal, right? Because you're paying him $8 million a season. Now maybe they can still get something out of that. Palmer, 3 years for $10 million. Half of the point I was making to Brandon Beane that he didn't want to hear or didn't want to talk about because he was mad people were talking about receiver. He just didn't want to hear it. He's frustrated. Okay. Jalen Royals, who was taken in the 4th round by the Chiefs. Forget the Chiefs. Forget that it's Jalen Royals. This is about the business of the NFL. His contract is 4 years for a total of $5 million.
Total of 5.
A total of 5.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work out, what's your cap hit? Who cares? And this is true of defensive tackle, too. If Beane wants to play that game at defensive tackle, if he wants to play that game at corner, that's fine. When you're making draft picks, It's kind of funny. We think about draft picks as busts. And, well, you blew that pick. In reality, blowing a draft pick is blowing a pick. But it never really hurts you on the cap. Who cares? Kyer Elam was not some sort of cap damage the Bills had to deal with. It's a wasted spot. It's a wasted pick. But especially 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th rounds, you're not getting any cap damage. If Curtis Samuel doesn't make a difference, I'm on the hook for $8 million a year on a guy that's not making a difference. If Josh Palmer doesn't make a difference, $10 million a year. What's Keon Coleman? 4 years, 10 total. It is good business to work in the draft, and this position is the second most expensive position. So that's why when we're going to the draft every year, you might be sick of the receiver train. You might think this big board behind me, you guys were talking so much receiver. That board was from last year. Drafting 2 last year would have been smart. Drafting the position that is the most expensive, that is not quarterback, and since you're already set at quarterback, this will be the hardest position to fill financially because of the market. The draft is where you can get that money back. Why are the Bills always in cap trouble? Why are they always strung up against the cap? Didn't they just reset it? Here they are again. Well, there's not that much room. Why are they still there? It is not because Josh Allen gets a lot of money. A lot of teams have that situation. That's all. A lot of this conversation boiled down to you should be taking this position more often. It would be good for your cap. It would be good for your potential floor and ceiling. It would give you more flexibility. And that's kind of what we wanted to get to. It's the opposite of the running back point, where, sure, they're replaceable. You think receivers are replaceable? That's fine. But there's money to be saved in just drafting them. So that's all. And with that, we don't really close it. Now we're going to eat beef jerky. No, we're going to talk with a Jets reporter on Elijah Moore. And then
we'll eat beef jerky.
Yes, and then we'll eat some beef jerky. Josh made beef jerky for us today. And we also got to get the Derby horse that is the official Derby horse of the morning show. Jerry and Bruno's Derby picks.
Let's go.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. You can give us a call on Elijah Moore. When we return, we're going to get a thought from a Jets reporter again to talk about Moore and what went wrong there, because that was the spot he was before Cleveland. John Puchko, Locked on Jets on Elijah Moore when we return. Hey, yo. You know, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted...
All right.
There we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too, so go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome. So I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me... Not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay.
That would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno. Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out. The way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out, and I saw that video. I thought, oh well, this is now my. People are going to say this to me for the rest of my life. All right, Elijah Moore base trivia. Bills add a wide receiver. We like it.
Yes.
Can we hit the sound effect we have been legally permitted to use again? Did somebody say, like, oh, we're never blowing the train horn again? Get out of here. Are you nuts? It's a one-year contract. We're right back into the draft next year. Anyway, quarterbacks to start more than 3 games during Elijah Moore's career. All right? He's on a team playing receiver quarterbacks with which he has appeared within a game 3 times or more.
Okay. Joe Flacco.
That is correct.
Between 2 teams, I think.
There are
Jets and
7
Browns.
answers here.
Okay.
One of these is kind of wild, and I got to look up that this guy actually played for this team because I kind of don't remember it. But yes,
Deshaun Watson.
That is correct. 3 games with this. Yes, Deshaun Watson. Yes,
it was only 3, or was more?
It's at least 3.
Okay.
At least 3. Yeah.
Does Dorian Thompson-Robinson get there?
Yes.
Okay.
So you have Joe Flacco, Deshaun Watson, Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Jameis
Winston is correct.
I think Moore had a huge game last year. Wasn't there a Thursday night game where Winston had like 500 yards?
Denver, maybe?
That sounds right. Jets. Zach Wilson.
Correct.
Wonder if that would be the guy with the most starts here. Mike White.
Correct. Last year,
current Bill.
Elijah Moore had 8 for 114. Sorry, 8 for a 111.
Yeah.
Against the Broncos.
Yeah. Judy might have had more than that.
8 for 85 against Baltimore also.
Okay. That's 6, so I only have 1 more? You said there were 7? Or there's more than that?
You got Zach Wilson, Mike White, Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and Jameis Winston.
Is this the guy I'm missing that you had to look up because it just didn't seem right?
I did not remember this player playing 3 games.
Is it... It could be... Both these teams just always have so many quarterbacks.
Right.
The Browns and Jets. These are the 2 quarterback T-shirt teams, right?
Right now.
Like,
yep.
Quarterbacks in my lifetime, and it's like the list that goes like down to the bottom of your shirt. Like, these are the 2 teams.
He should use that phrase when he is introduced to the media. Yeah, I've been playing with the quarterback T-shirt teams.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have to come to Josh Allen.
Man.
I think of this guy most famously with Carolina. I did not realize he played for the Browns for 3 games with Elijah Moore.
Carolina?
Yeah, I associate him with Carolina. Because he beat Tom Brady.
Jake Delhomme's in my head. That's far too long ago.
This guy has
P.J. Walker.
P.J. Walker.
Bills sign Elijah Moore, wide receiver, formerly of the Jets and the Cleveland Browns. 1 year, up to $5 million. Don't know the guarantees on the contract yet. He's still only 25 years old, coming off a career high in catches with 61 in Cleveland last season. The Stanley Cup playoffs last night featured 2 teams going through. Florida beating Tampa, Washington beating Montreal, both those teams winning in 5 games. Winnipeg wins over St. Louis. The Jets lead the series 3-2. Tonight is Game 6 between the Leafs and the Senators. It's one of 4 games on the night. Toronto lead the series 3-2. Ottawa, those won back-to-back games, and tonight's game is in Ottawa, 7 o'clock. NBA playoffs, the Lakers season comes to an end with a loss last night to Minnesota. LeBron and Luka get beat in 5 games. The Bandits are in action tomorrow, 7:30 against Vancouver at KeyBank Center. We will have the game here on WGR, so be sure to tune in. Coverage starting at 7. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, good morning. It's going to rain later and
cloudy
almost every day for the next 5 days. That's fine.
Bit of a washout.
We're not yet at the time of year where it rains and we can all look and say, like, we needed this rain. We're still at the time of the year where we say we definitely do not need more rain.
We need the sun.
More sun. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Thursday. May 1st. Derby week. May 1st.
May's a great month.
Great. Is it
It's a great month? Cinco de Mayo
how many,
and all the playoffs.
All right, hold
and
on.
the weather is finally... The weather gets a little more consistent. I know
How many great months are there? I'll decide if May's a great month when you tell me how many great months there are.
October...
No, the number. Give me a number. How many are great? There are only 12. How many get to be considered great?
4.
4.
Yeah,
October,
4.
June.
Okay.
September.
Sure.
I got one more.
I think May might be next.
I mean, I might want to go July.
It's a little warm.
Yeah.
It's a little warm in July.
803-0550. We're learning about Elijah Moore.
When's Memorial Day?
May.
Yeah.
It's always in May.
May's number 4.
Yeah. Elijah Moore. New Bills receiver Elijah Moore. We're going to get to John Butchko, Locked On Jets, on Elijah Moore. We talked to a Browns guy about Moore. He had a quick stop there. Now he's coming here to Buffalo. But he was drafted by the Jets not long ago. John, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. So what happened with Elijah Moore? There must have been a lot of hope, an early pick of the second round, and it just never really came to work there in New York.
There was a lot of hope. When the Jets picked him, they spent a lot of time hyping him up. I remember that first training camp, they talked about how he was turning heads, and it really did not work in any way. He struggled to stay healthy. When he was healthy, he did not produce in a big way. There were also issues with the way he related to the coaching staff. I mean, there was in 2022, the Jets got off to a pretty hot start, and that's something that's not been common in recent Jets history. They started 5-2. They were on a 4-game winning streak, and in the middle of that winning streak, there was a game where the Jets won in Green Bay, but Moore spoke out. He was frustrated that he wasn't getting targets, and later that week, there was an incident at practice where he was sent home and deactivated for the next game, and these were kind of like the first signs that he was not long for the Jets. They drafted him early in the second round in 2021, and after 2 years, they sent him off to Cleveland for a day 2 pick swap. So, I mean, I think that speaks to how poorly things went during his career in New York.
Is that a period where everything's going poorly in New York? Because I feel like one thing Bills fans might be counting on is, here, things generally go well and the offensive game goes well. And to come from Cleveland and the Jets, whether he did everything right or did everything wrong, I guess I would ask, was the ecosystem in place to succeed?
Well, Garrett Wilson put up 1,000 yards in the same year where Moore really struggled. So it was a difficult situation. Obviously, Zach Wilson did not pan out for the Jets. There were lots of issues with the team, but it's tough for me to say the situation was a problem when there was another young receiver who thrived in that exact same situation.
John with us on the Wester Hotline on Elijah Moore. In terms of the type of player, and I guess how much on the field was the letdown? A lot about off field and things that happen in the role, and it's tough, I know, right, to separate it from the quarterback situation. But how much of a letdown was he when he was actually on the field and running routes?
It was disappointing. Like I said, the Jets really hyped him up as a budding star. The thing about Moore is that he's kind of undersized, so you make up for that with speed. He's fast, but I think like the way the Jets portrayed him as he was going to be like the next Deshaun Jackson, where his size just wouldn't matter because he was just that fast. It's not that he's slow. Like he's a fast receiver, but I don't think he has like the type of speed that like helps you overcome it to a large extent. I think that he's okay. He's an okay route runner. He's not a particularly dynamic route runner. The interesting thing about him is that with his size, there was a lot of talk that the Jets should play him in the slot exclusively, but he actually was more productive on the outside, at least during his time in New York. So, I mean, he's okay. I mean, I'm not saying he was a complete zero, but it was more he was kind of like a supporting card. He was more like a guy who produced like a number 3 receiver than like the number 1 receiver the Jets kind of were hoping he would be.
When it comes to the Jets, the rest of it, we're talking about Elijah Moore a little bit, but how about the draft they just had? Is it going over well? And as they start to try and turn things to the future, the Aaron Rodgers era, of course, is over. So what's the identity of the new look Jets as they begin the Aaron Glenn era?
The first-round picks being very well received. That was Armand Membu out of Missouri, and he was kind of the last piece that they needed on the offensive line. The Jets entered this offseason with really 4 of their 5 offensive line slots settled, which is unusual if you follow the Jets over the last decade because the offensive line's usually been a mess, and typically they head into an offseason, they need to replace like 3 of the 5 players. This year, right tackle was really the only question. They lost Morgan Moses to New England in free agency. I think getting Membo really solidifies that line. And now you have 5 offensive linemen, 4 of whom are still on their rookie contract, 4 of whom are either first or second round draft picks. So the line's looking good. The real question right now, the real issue is with the skill group. Justin Fields is a giant question mark at quarterback. At receiver, you have Garrett Wilson, and then really not a whole lot else. You have decent young backfield with Breece Hall, Isaiah Davis, and Braylon Allen. So the offense, I think, is partially built. I think the offensive line is now complete based on the draft the Jets had. The defense has some talent, too. I think the real question with the Jets right now is the skill group.
On the running backfield, we're having a little bit of this right now because James Cook is tweeting about $15 million a year, and he wants to be paid like one of the top running backs in the league. Is there any of that in New York? Because Breece Hall would obviously be going into the final year. Contract-wise, whether they'll pay him, just play out the year, I couldn't imagine trade would be a thought right now, but where are they at on Hall?
It's very wait and see right now. At this point, it seems like they may wait to play out the year. There really has not been much contract talk about Breece Hall. There are a couple of the other players that were drafted the same year as him. There have been rumblings about Sauce Gardner or Garrett Wilson getting a new deal, but with Hall, it's really been pretty quiet. Really, the only rumblings about him were theoretically if the Jets had drafted Ashton Genty in the first round, there was talk maybe that situation they would look to deal him, but it's actually been kind of quiet, and I expect that to change after the draft. There hasn't been much buzz about what Hall's looking for, so I'm interested to see that myself.
John Butchko, Locked On Jets. John, thanks very much.
My pleasure.
All right. On the Jets and on Elijah Moore and why it didn't work there. Who's the player that it didn't work here, and we would say that wasn't good, and then he went on and had success in the last 8 years? You wouldn't say Wyatt Teller for that. Wyatt Teller never really got on the field. It's not like, oh, it was a problem. This would be like if Kyer Elam had some success, right?
Right.
Elam is taken late first, and Elijah Moore is taken early second.
Oh, yeah. It's like the difference, like 6 picks.
Yeah. So this might be somebody calls and asks about Elam. You might say, we saw some flashes, and there might be an indication, but it really never worked. He was never on the field. They never trusted him.
Yep.
So good luck. We saw a little bit of what he could do. Is that the only name? Is it Elam? And that's it?
Right, he hasn't done it yet. I guess that would kind of be... Has Zach Moss had a better career since he's left?
He's been fine.
He's gotten starting jobs.
Yeah.
Right? He wasn't terrible when he was here, but he definitely wasn't... I mean, would anybody say he was good while he was here?
He was fine.
So that doesn't really qualify for this.
All right, 803-0550.
There might not be a great answer to it. Tremaine Edmonds has been kind of the same.
Yeah.
Hasn't he? Elam would be it. If Elam goes to Dallas and he is even... What's the bar? If he's just a starter.
A starting corner.
A starting corner in the league. That's it.
PFF grades as fine.
Yeah.
He was not that here.
See, the thing, though...
PFF graded them as fine here, I should say. Never mind.
No, they did. There were a lot of numbers that pointed to he wasn't that bad when he was on the field, except for that last game, and like 2 others. But the thing about if he does work in Dallas, I've pointed to them actually for a couple of years. Remember when Dan Quinn is their defensive coordinator, that team wants their corners to be so boom or bust. Think of Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland, these guys who have all these interceptions and all these pick sixes. Elam, he'll be one of these guys where even if he goes to Dallas and he starts making plays, it's going to be boom or bust. There are going to be advanced numbers that probably show, well, he's getting beat over the top a lot. So, yes, he's got 5 interceptions on the year, but how good is he? So, I feel like that's the best case scenario for Elam. But if he does that, then he would be an example of this, that they got more out of him than the Bills did.
803-0550. We owe you Worst Call Wednesday, Pick of the Week, Jerry Ostrowski on the Bills draft, and the linemen they pick. What do you think of those guys? Coming up at the top of the hour. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. So I've got some Bills of last year, the receivers they had last year. So Holland signs with the Bills for 1 year, 2.6. That was it.
Yep.
2.6 for Hollins, which is about, half of what Elijah Moore has signed for. 1 year, 2.6. And Hollins lived in that neighborhood for a while. His previous contracts were 2.5, 2.6, and then now in New England, his base salary is like 4.2. So Holland's got a nice little raise, and the Bills were not willing to pay him that 4.2. And if I'm being honest, Elijah Moore is a better idea than Mac Hollins.
Yes.
I think he's a better receiver than Mac Hollins. And I think Elijah Moore has the potential to be better than Amari Cooper was last year. So does Josh Palmer. The Bills have, for $15 million in the form of Palmer and Moore, probably upgraded a little bit. So whatever. There's a lot to get into with regard to all of it. It's been a week. I mean, we've had a week, as evidenced by the existence and the coining of the Jerry and Joe show, courtesy of, the Shouty shows. But the Bills have made a nice move here. A move that we talked about before the draft. He's probably the best of the UFA ideas out there, better than Keenan Allen, a better idea than
bringing Cooper back.
Yeah, I think he's I thought he was the best of the free agent ideas on buy low and see what this can become. 1 year, up to $5 million. He's young. He could parlay it into something. It could also be a Mac Hollins situation where he plays really well and they decide not to sign him, and we're kind of back in the same boat. So,
right.
This reminds me of a Beasley Brown kind of signing. It reminds me of a Mac Hollins signing. And to the larger point on what they do at this position, if they want to do it this way, where, hey, let's keep finding guys on other teams that we think are better than their production. And let's keep taking hits at that. They could absolutely shine a guy up. That is kind of what they did on Diggs' side, but that was obviously a much higher level. That was, this guy's really good, really good. We think with us he can become great. Yo, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted...
All right.
There we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too, so go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome. So I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay.
That would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno. Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, well, this is now people are going to say this to me for the rest of my life. Good. Well, Pick of the Week's brought to you by Riverfront Auto Sales. Looking for luxury without the luxury price tag? This week's pick at Riverfront. 2018 Genesis G80 3.8-liter all-wheel drive. Style meets performance with all-wheel drive, premium features, and a smooth ride that turns heads. This Genesis delivers comfort and class at a price you'll love. But hurry, it won't last long. Riverfront Auto Sales, where great deals drive away fast. 1379 Niagara Street. Call 716-886-1626. Okay, the Derby field. Here are your horses in the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
And we can decide if there's one that jumps out that we should make the pick.
Okay.
I think there is one that will jump out. The game is, will America get behind one horse because of the name?
Mm-hmm.
What was one? There was one like Jerk, He's a Jerk, or every couple of years there's one that the entire country decides, like, oh, him. Happy Hour, or something like that.
Yeah.
So here we go. Citizen Bull. Neowequus, Final Gambit, Rodriguez, American Promise, Admire Daytona, Luxor Cafe.
What was that last one?
Luxor Cafe.
Luxor
Yep.
Cafe.
Journalism. Journalism is the favorite.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Journalism.
Journalism.
Burnham Square, Grande, Flying Mohawk, East Avenue, Publisher, Tiztastic.
Journalism versus publisher.
Yeah, I guess
Continue.
right. Render Judgment, Coal Battle, Sandman, Sovereignty, Chunk of Gold, and finally, Owen Almighty.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah,
we got our horse.
I think
Owen
that
Almighty.
has to be
30-1. Owen Almighty. That's the pick.
Long odds. I like it.
Let's go.
I like it.
30-1.
Chunk of gold.
They used to call me Owen Almighty when I used to stop people in the North American Hockey League.
Yeah.
Playing goalie down in the middle of nowhere, Corpus Christi or Shreveport.
The Shreveport Mudbugs, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's
They had their rink setup was insane. I loved playing there. They had, instead of suites like up above in the bowl of an arena, it was a big arena. They had on the glass lining the whole rink couches with fridges full of beer. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That's how you sell. That's how you sell hockey.
That's how you sell the Mudbugs.
Exactly.
The Sabres do that.
Undefeated in that building I was.
Nice.
They should put a banner up that says Owen Almighty.
They should.
Retire his number. But it's got to say Owen Almighty. Of course. That's the nickname.
Shreveport. There you go. There's your Derby field. The names
Journalism is the favorite?
Yeah.
Okay.
3-1.
Never bet the favorite.
That's what they say.
Never bet the favorite.
The Derby is also a fun exercise in who's going to be there making picks.
Oh, like on the broadcast?
Yeah, Eddie Olczyk. Gamble,
always Eddie O.
Gamble all day with Eddie Olczyk.
Listen,
one of those scenarios.
You know Eddie Olczyk is going to be at that thing, like no matter what.
And tomorrow we'll have Nick the Railbird on from Batavia Downs to talk about like Derby picks, what we're going to do like we normally do. So Derby picks coming tomorrow 9:30. We'll do that. Be a good time. That's your pick of the week. The Derby is the pick of the week.
I do like Derby. Derby Day's great.
It's a fun day.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Jerry Ostrowski, former Bills offensive lineman. He'll join us on the other side. We'll chat about this Bills draft class, get a little bit more on Deion Walker, TJ Sanders, what the Bills have done here. He's talking Bills pretty much every day, and he'll join us coming up here on WGR. Yo, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted.
All right.
Here we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too. So go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome, so I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday, would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay,
that would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah,
Jeremiah,
Jeremiah. If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me, my first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno. Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, well, this is now people are going to say this to me for the rest of my life. The question itself, grateful or upset?
Right.
Like, are you more when you think about this time, are you grateful or upset? 8030550. That was their conversation yesterday. I heard this question and I loved it. Because my answer is, if there was a slider, 100 to one side, 100 to the other, grateful or upset, where am I? This may come as a surprise to some of you. My answer is 100 to 0 grateful. It's not close. I want to even go so far as to say I'm not upset. Maybe I'm not upset enough because I'm so grateful. Sure, we talk about how they could be better. What could they do? Let's get to these games. And then we get to those games, and when they win or they lose, I am eternally grateful for living in this era of the Bills. I think the drought brought me to a land of course I want them to win the Super Bowl. It would be the greatest thing ever. But you can't get me to even tick that slider more than 5 points to the upset side. Upset? Mm-hmm. When they lost to the Texans, I know people were devastated. I came in the next day, I'm like, I'm so happy to have been a part of it. Mm-hmm. It was a playoff game. And the AFC Championship games, I mean, listen, losing to the Chiefs is getting old. And I'm getting annoyed at them, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And, yeah, there's frustration involved, but it is not close for me. The GM can get mad at me for wanting receivers, and, we can argue with each other about the value of guards, but at the end of the day, I work in the place where we watch Josh Allen do magic things. And I think back to the people that watched this team in the 90s. Sure, other people can walk into the room and say, 4 straight Super Bowls. And that hurts to lose those. But are you crazy? To have lived through that that's the point. You never get guaranteed championships. It's why anytime anybody asks me, would you want a championship? I can never know that I'm going to get one. The whole idea is the chase. The whole idea is, will we ever get there? Will they ever do it? It's the most dramatic television show there is. It's a community, unifying experience, and we're all on the ride together. And I am endlessly grateful that we have a good era of football to talk about.
The Bills get their wide receiver this week, signing Elijah Moore, free agent, formerly of the Browns and the Jets. 1 year, it's reportedly worth up to $5 million. Not known yet about the guaranteed money, but Elijah Moore signing with the Bills. 61 catches last year for the Cleveland Browns. That was a career high for him. To the Stanley Cup playoffs. Last night, Washington punches their ticket to round number 2 with a win over Montreal. They win that series in 5. Florida does the same, beating Tampa in 5 games. Panthers will play the winner of the Toronto-Ottawa series. Game 6 of that series is tonight. Leafs still lead 3-2. The Capitals will play the Hurricanes in the second round. Winnipeg wins last night over St. Louis. They take a 3-2 series lead. And you have 4 games tonight, again, starting with that Toronto-Ottawa game. In the NBA playoffs, the Lakers season comes to an end. They fall in 5 games to the Timberwolves. So Luka and LeBron's season is over. The Golden State Warriors lose to the Houston Rockets. Houston is still down 3-2 in that series. Game 6 going back to Golden State this weekend. In lacrosse, playoff time for the Buffalo Bandits. Game 1 is tomorrow night at KeyBank Center against the Vancouver Warriors. 7:30 for the start of the game. We will have it here on WGR, so be sure to tune in. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Bills GM Brandon Beane was a guest on the Jerry and Joe show.
Jerry and Joe. Jerry and Joe.
Jerry and Joe. Jerry and Joe. Jerry and Joe. Jerry and Joe.
You're listening to
Jerry and Joe on WGR in Buffalo.
We went big time. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Thursday. Still talking Bills draft, reaching back, talking all angles of it. Of course, with the players they did get. And Elijah Moore, the new add today, Bills wide receiver Elijah Moore has been added. So throw him in the mix. We're waiting on the official numbers of the deal, but we kind of estimate guaranteed money will be north of 3. And 1 year for $5 million for Elijah Moore, former second-round pick. Joining us to talk a little bit about the draft is former Bills offensive lineman Jerry Ostrowski. He of the Overreaction Buffalo feed and podcast, and Jerry talks with Joe Marino and I Mondays and Thursdays as part of the Locked On Bills podcast, the Bills Squad Roundtable. Jerry, good morning.
What's going on, Jeremy? How you guys doing?
We're doing all right. Right. Wanted to get you on to talk about a couple things about this Bills draft, especially because when we talked about it earlier this week, you had a lot to say about Deion Walker, their 4th-round pick. And, you know, I know a lot of attention's been paid to the wide receiver conversation, obviously, but the Bills draft was a lot about defense and positions they needed. And with Walker, that's a move they made a big move up for in the 4th round. So I wanted to ask you what you thought about him in general, the big body guy, and then the injury that he has been playing through and playing with, because I think there's a lot for Bills fans to kind of unpack about him as a player and how he might have been affected through that process.
We know it's when I evaluated his film, and I probably watched 5 games of his, and you know, you dive into the 24 film, and when you're watching it, you know, you kind of it was a bit puzzling at first as far as, you know, what do we see here other than the obvious? An absolutely enormous man. I mean, this guy, you know, Bill Parcells used to talk about all things, you know, the things, you know, I know the things I can see. Tell me the things you can't see. Well, obviously the thing you can see with him is he is a mountain. And, you know, you had flashes on film. You know, he put 2 or 3 plays together, then he kind of shut it down. He'd struggle and, you know, played high. And there's just a lot of question marks. And then after the draft, and you hear the fact that he has the back injury and the rumor, you know, not confirmed, obviously, but, you know, rumor that he's got a pars fracture, and having individuals in my house that have a pars fracture and one of them not being able to play football anymore because of it, when you put that information with what you see on tape, it makes complete sense. And you know, one thing I want to say about this kid is, and I call him a kid, I mean, I'm old now, but he's, I think all of 20 years of age. He's incredibly tough, because if he played through that injury all season long, 12 games in the SEC, this is a tough dude. So that's something to build on. I mean, that's something you don't learn. That's something you have in you. And
that's admirable. But yeah, I mean, if you can get, knowing that, then going back and watching his 23 film and seeing all the flashes and what the Bills probably saw and what the Bills are, rolling the dice on, he has a chance to be a nice player. But the main thing is they've got to get this back situation, squared away. And, you never know. You never know with these things. And obviously the Bills have experience with big, tall, long, players that have back issues. I mean, Spencer Brown had one, and they got him playing at an all-pro level. So, I think the Bills feel good about that. Obviously their medical feels good about it. And if we can get this guy to play at 23 level, this is he could do something.
What does a pars fracture do to a player, especially? And do you feel like of all the positions to play where it might be the toughest to deal with, it's obviously going to be one of the big guys?
Well, I mean, you obviously have a fracture, in your pars, your pars process there on your vertebra. It's down usually L4, L5 area. And it can cause some instabilities in that joint to where it slides and you start getting nerve involvement. And there's a lot of things you can do. The main thing is you gotta figure out a way to get these guys symptom free, which is the pain. And then once you get the pain away, then you get your flexibility back and things like that, and your range of motion, and you eliminate stiffness and everything. But the biggest challenge for a guy like Walker is he's tall. So he's already, he's a big, tall guy, he's long-legged, high-hipped, and, you're trying to figure out a way to alleviate pressure in that spot. And when you're not real inflexible in the hips, then your body then bends at that L4, L5, and that's why these fractures usually happen. It's a lack of hip flexibility, And when you have that, then the lack of hip flexibility, all your movement happens at that joint as opposed to the hips, and that's where the stress comes from. So the Bills are going to have to figure out a way to get this guy more flexible, work on his flexibility. Dropping weight helps, and then also how do you get lower body strength without loading the spine? And one thing about being in 2025, they've got a ton of things they can do as far as safety bars, box squats, pit shark machine is one thing that they can do, belt squats, all those things. So there's ways around it, but it becomes a challenge, and you've got to do certain things in that weight room to be able to get that lower body strength without putting stress on that L4, L5 area.
So when you hear Brandon Beane talk about how they have a plan in mind for him and they might not take it very hard with him at all in the spring and not until maybe they get to training camp, does that kind of add up then? Like, how risky, I guess, is this pick? It's a fourth-round pick, so, that risk is baked in. He might have gone in the second round if this injury didn't exist, or the first round. I guess how risky is it, and how easily could this kind of, go poorly for Walker and not being able to stay on the field?
You don't know, and I think the biggest thing is going to be him. I mean, he's going to have to really put the work in, and if you listen to the coaches in Kentucky, you listen to his former teammates, they love the guy. He was a team captain. He was a guy that was looked up to on that roster. For all intents and purposes, everything you hear from these guys, he's a dude that does things the right way, and he cares about it, and he understands what what he needs to do. So like I said, I feel much better after evaluating film, then finding out the issue, and then hearing other things over these last 4 or 5 days. I feel better where we are with him, because if they can get him playing anywhere close to 23, he has a chance to be a big-time disruptor inside. I think that, he's a player that at Kentucky, they kind of protected him a little bit. They moved him all over the place. They kind of played a modified three-man front. He would line up over the nose. Sometimes he'd line up over a guard, and there were instances he lined up in a wide 9 and rushed the quarterback from outside the tackle. So, they moved him around, tried to keep him away from a lot of just pure double teams. That's one thing that he'll have to really learn and play at this level. In our defense, he's probably going to play nose, so he's going to face those constant double teams and things like that. But he does have a knack, even though he's kind of a leaner, not really a guy that he's got a good first step for a 6'7" dude, but he is more of a leaner and an upper body fighter. He's going to have to learn how to get his pad level down, play those NFL-type offensive linemen. But he does have a knack, even at that size, to split blocks and things. So if they can get him pain-free, he's got some ability.
Jerry O joining us on the Western Hotline. Jerry, how about TJ Sanders? The second-round pick, the Bills make moves in the second round to kind of slide up and down, and Sanders is the pick for a penetrating pass rusher on that defensive line.
I really like TJ Sanders. I think he's untapped, honestly. I think he's got a lot of ability left in him, and that's the one thing that I really like about our draft picks. I think that, I think Bean does a good job of finding guys that they can develop, and as you know, the history of the franchise, even though we expect a guy like Hairston to come in and hopefully start day one, they have done, their kind of MO is to bring rookies along a little bit slower. Obviously, TJ Sanders is a guy that's probably going to have to play right away as well, but I still think he's got a lot left to develop. I think he can get a little bit bigger, but he's got all those things you don't teach again. He's got that quickness. He's got an unbelievable first step. He gets upfield. He's got a knack for the football. Again, all intents and purposes, you listen to these guys at South Carolina, everything. He's a good kid. He works hard, and I'm excited about it. I heard Joe talking about it the other day. It's obvious. Our defense is built around analytics. It's built around big plays on defense, takeaways, negative plays, those types of things. So, if you're looking for us to come in and go get the 350-pound, 6'3" nose guard that's going to eat up 2 blocks and just sit there and maybe make 1 or 2 tackles a game, if that, but allow his linebackers to make 20, that's not what they're interested in. They want big plays up front. They want to penetrate. They want to get negative plays, turnovers, rush the passer, and TJ Sanders fits that profile to a T.
Jerry Ostrowski on the Western Hotline. How about the rest of the offseason? Let's fit it all together, Jerry, with Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, Joey Bosa as 3 big pieces added before the draft. Does that kind of get to, when you put it all together, the Bills revamp their front 7, and I think there's a stat out there called havoc rate, which is not about turnovers. It's tackles for loss and sacks and pressures. And to me, it seems like we might not be able to get the same number of turnovers from the Bills defense, but you might get just as much havoc that's wrought by this front 7.
Well, that's maybe not. This team has an amazing ability to take away the football, and we still might be there. But, obviously, you didn't sign those 2 guys to. Well, obviously, Hoyt they knew. Ogunjobi they did not know about the suspension, but it just puts an extreme amount of early pressure for these young guys to play. I think that's good. I think that's good. We all know this team is going to win games. We know this team's going to compete for the divisional championship. We know this team. It's not about getting to the playoffs, it's about finishing. And the more time you can get these young guys playing, the better. I think the key for the D-line, honestly, other than TJ Sanders getting up to speed as quick as possible, and then, you got Bosa, who's an anchor as long as he's healthy. I think Bosa's going to have a good season. I honestly do. But I think the key right now for this front, and I'm a front 7 O-line guy. That's where I want. I'm getting dudes all over the place there. I'll figure everything else out. As long as we got good guys up front, we're solid. But I think the key is going to be Dwayne Carter. If Dwayne Carter can figure out the nose guard position, maybe get a little bigger, put a little more weight on, get a little stouter, and he can get some reps there while they get more, or Walker rather, up to speed. That's going to help this team a lot.
I want to ask you about Carter before I let you go, Jerry. Jerry Ostrowski on the Western Hotline. How did you take in his rookie year? Because I feel like at the beginning of it, we saw a lot of flashes and people were really into his immediate impact. And then, is it a typical rookie kind of campaign thing? Maybe guys figure you out. You kind of have to go back to the drawing board because inactive for the AFC Championship game. Like he's a player the Bills, I'm sure, still like quite a bit, but it was a little bit of a rocky road for a rookie season.
Yeah, obviously, I talk about that all the time. People don't put enough emphasis on the rookie wall. In college football, you're playing 12 games, maybe a bowl game, or maybe going into the playoffs. But, 12 games in the league, you still got 5 left, not counting playoffs. You almost have another full season left when you get to that point in college football when you're getting ready to shut it down and go home for Christmas. So, yeah, I mean, Carter he was okay. He showed flashes. He got a little bit lost as the year went on. I think that sometimes the college guys don't understand just how much film and how much film prep you got to put in and how much you have to put an emphasis on taking care of your body because the season's so long. Unless you're just an absolute freak, and even those guys as well, you've got to really study film and you got to reinvent yourself quite a bit. I mean, you've got to learn how the guy across from you is going to play on Sunday. You've got to, learn different moves, and you can't do the same counter every time. These pros watch so much film and are so prepared that a lot of times they're waiting for things before you even do them. So, I mean, that's kind of where the maturation process comes in, right, guys? I mean, you've got to really watch that film, and you've got to really learn that, okay, this might have been my counter off of this, but now I've got to show this and go back the other way, or I've got to develop a club, I've got to develop a spin. And so, yeah, I mean, there's that, and then there's also you're going from college ball to where some of that stuff that you did works against guys that aren't going to play on Sunday, but some of those things you do are not necessarily going to work against pros. So it just takes a little bit of time to really develop your repertoire.
Jerry Ostrowski on the Western Hotline. Jerry, where Bills Mafia maybe that wants to find you and hear from you more often, where are all the places they can hear you talking Bills every day?
Well, obviously we're on myself, John Fina, and Joe Miller. We started Overreaction Buffalo Sports Network, and we're on YouTube and also all the major podcasting platforms. You can check us out there. We have a show right now in the off season on Sunday nights, and then we do a show sometimes on Tuesday night. My show, The Big O Show, is on Wednesday night, and then we do a daily Bills update every day. And then also you can catch me on Bill Squad on the Locked On Network Mondays and Thursdays at noon Eastern, 11 Central, where me and some guy named Jeremy, White, and Joe Burrito, we do that show. And that's been a blast. I've had a really good time with it. Excited to put another one in the can today. So those are the places. I'm at Ostrowski_Big O on Twitter. And I love to converse with with Bills Mafia there. So come reach out there. And I've got a bunch of people that'll DM me and ask me questions, and I'll answer them the best I can.
Very good. Jerry, thanks for the time. We'll talk later today.
All right, guys. We'll see you.
Jerry Ostrowski on the Western Hotline. You can, again, as he mentioned, follow him on Twitter. Find him right there. It's Ostrowski_Big O.
We talked a lot about the defensive line there.
Yeah.
Just looking at their depth chart on the defensive line, there are so many names. I'm thinking they can't possibly all make the team. So I'm looking at that, and I look back at last year, like, how many made the team on the defensive line? Final 53-man roster each of the last 2 years.
How many were there?
10.
And how many did they have to work with?
Rousseau, Daquan Jones, Ed Oliver, Joey Bosa, Michael Hoyt, Ogunjobi, Sanders, Epinesa, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, Javon Solomon. There's 12. But I had a realization right at the end of that, which is 2 of those guys are getting suspended.
Ogunjobi and
Hoyt.
And Hoyt.
So it might actually be easy. For
6 weeks.
For
weeks.
For training camp and figuring out, and we'll do that, in July and in August, who's going to make the team.
Sure.
But midway through the year,
maybe by the trade deadline, someone gets sent out and someone else comes in.
Like the Bills sell a defensive lineman, or has there ever been a you have a hockey trade in the NHL, a football trade?
A defensive lineman.
You need a defensive lineman.
Or a safety.
We've got 2 guys coming back from suspension. Right, we'll trade. Javon Solomon's got 3. He's got 2.5 sacks through 5 games, and we've got Michael Hoyt coming back.
I had to say
although
safety
Solomon was a draft pick, they might not want to move on from him.
If I had said receiver, people would be yelling at me, so I had said safety. Trade it for a safety.
Epinesa would be the guy to watch, though.
Yeah, maybe. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jerry O on the Bills. That Deion Walker stuff is interesting. That happens a lot where a guy has a great year. This is Luther Burden to a point, and lots of quarterbacks have this happen, and linemen. He had a good this year, but not a good this year, and his stock drops.
Yeah.
You hope he can come back from that injury and maybe be a big difference maker for the Bills, Deion Walker.
Wasn't Matt Barkley that? Didn't Matt Barkley was thought of like a early first-round quarterback, and then he went back and had a bad year, and then he fell?
That might be right. It happens.
I mean, he did not become... Well, he didn't become what the original expectation was.
No.
I mean, he had a career. But yeah, that definitely happens. He's a really interesting player. I feel like we've talked more about him than the first-round pick.
Walker?
Yeah. It's because he's kind of unique. He's 6'7", 330, and I got some of the Cover 1 guys, putting some film out there even the last couple minutes. There's a clip of Walker, who, again, is a monster, and he's standing up on the edge.
Yeah.
Like, he's at the edge, and he's standing up like Von Miller would, and he, steps left, steps right, around, like a speed move around the tackle and makes the stop on a run play in the backfield. So, but that's been we've said that throughout the week. He's not, and had guests on that. He's not like your prototypical just fill the guards up and the centers from getting to linebackers.
Just got my email. Todd McShay's 2026 way too early draft.
Does he also do the thing with the draft order? Does he predict the draft order? Or does he just do what the teams did this year or had this year?
Well, yes, the order is predicted, and it is a new order. Yes.
So, is it a different team at number 1 than we had yesterday?
Yesterday, the first mock draft we saw was the Saints. Yes, yeah. This is not the Saints. This is the Jets.
That's funny.
The Jets picking number 1.
Yeah, they could be last.
And go quarterback Garrett Nussmeier, LSU.
Okay.
He has a safety going 2.
Wow.
Yep.
Who's that?
That is safety Caleb Downs from Ohio State.
I mean, he better be a generational safety if he's going second overall.
Says he's the top prospect in the class. And he's a safety. He has him go number 2. Yep.
Swap first-round picks right now with Pittsburgh.
Do you want to know anything else about this draft, or just leave it there? Raiders go. He has quarterbacks going. Todd McShay, the early mock draft.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks go 1, 4, 5, 7.
Woo.
And is that it? That might be it. Yeah.
So the other two questions, of course, I would like to know are where he has the Bills picked, because that's him predicting where they're going to end this year, and then also what the Bills select.
He has the Bills picking 30th.
Sweet.
30th. What was the other question?
Well, before I get to the next question, who are picking 31st and 32nd?
Baltimore and Philadelphia.
It'd be such a lame Super Bowl. It'd be great football. 30th is going to be...
You're supposed to ask me the question.
Yeah, what position? What position?
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
Okay, sorry.
You're not allowed to ask me that. I'm not allowed to say. I don't want people to get mad at me. I don't want to be the target.
Todd McShay should get yelled at.
Yeah, call him up. Todd McShay's way too early mock draft for the 2026 Buffalo Bills. 30th pick overall. He has them taking DeAndre Moore Jr.
Okay. Next year, I mean, they will
do you want to know what he does?
Huh. What?
He's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
6 foot, 195-pound difference maker, Texas. Every year, we're just going to do Texas receivers.
I mean, the other need that you can see on the horizon for them is...
Linebacker,
and
center.
They didn't do anything with Connor McGovern this summer.
Center, right.
So, a center.
Unless Cedric Van Pran Granger, who they drafted last year, he could be the future plan there.
Maybe. I mean, I remember Joe Marino loved him, right? There were a couple of people who loved him. Georgia
liked him quite a bit.
But we didn't see him play a single snap. I don't think. So, right, maybe, but fifth-round guy after 2 years, you're going to trust that? But maybe. So, and listen, being even in this Tyler Dunn article today, like, there's no questioning it. It's not even controversial. It's not even really worth debating. The number one position they value right now on the offense behind quarterback is the offensive line, which I think is perfectly defendable.
Yep.
I might personally go wide receiver slightly above an offensive line.
At least above.
And then for me,
above guard.
Yeah, okay, right, sure, right. If I'm making it the whole position group. Like, for me, it's always quarterback, and then it's wide receiver and tackle. And then massive drop, and then you're getting to your tight ends and your running backs and all that. So center's important.
Yep. One quick thing about, again, like if you really dip far into the weeds on the salary cap and roster management, the Ravens exercised their fifth-year option on safety Kyle Hamilton. That happened yesterday. And Field Yates picked up on this and pointed out that fifth-year options, it's one of the spots where there's an umbrella.
Yeah.
Because they did not exercise the fifth-year option on Tyler Linderbaum, this is the Ravens, who is their starting center.
Right.
And the reason is we have positions that are fractured within the position. This kind of gets back to, I'll make this point quickly. Why did Khalil Shakir not get huge wide receiver one money? Because he plays slot. Like, slot and outside are different jobs. And if you want to franchise tag a receiver, you might like him a lot, but you're franchise tagging him at the Jamar Chase number, who does everything on the outside. And Field Yates pointed out, offensive line is no different. Linderbaum is one of the best centers in the league. But a fifth-year option on him is $23 million. That's $5 million more than the highest-paid center.
Wow.
Just as the fifth-year option, because the fifth-year option is on offensive line.
So the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is a spot. If you want to really dig into the Moneyball part of the draft, when you draft a tackle, you are potentially saving a lot of money. The fifth-year option does this and that. Then guard is a little bit different, and then center's a little bit different, because lumping positions together is a little bit of a disservice to the players at the one position. It's like linebacker and edge. It's why Terrell Bernard, they'll never franchise tag Terrell Bernard. He's a linebacker. He's not a linebacker like Micah Parsons is a linebacker. So when we were going through the Bills and trying to figure out who they would sign, I said to you and predicted Shakir and Bernard will be easy because there's no chance they franchise tag those guys. They'll want to get them done. Those guys don't really fit in the franchise formula. And those two deals came down the pike pretty quickly. So when you have a position that two guys with the same title are just worlds apart, you get these what should be splits at the position that you don't. Hopefully that's not too far in the weeds for everybody. But that's why they didn't do the fifth-year option on Tyler Linderbaum. My guess is they will probably want to re-sign him, but just not pay him $5 million more than the highest-paid center right away.
It really is dumb that they do all that way. Linebackers getting grouped together
with edge,
with edge, and centers getting lumped in with the rest of it. Like
tackles.
Would it really be that hard to make it more specific than it is right now?
That's what Field Yates is suggesting. Like the next CBA, they should really start splitting positions properly.
Is there a would the players not want that? Like maybe the players wouldn't. Maybe although you're representing everybody.
It's a good point. But this is not far off.
Just one position.
This is not far off from Jimmy Graham trying to get listed as a receiver.
Right.
You play this. I'm standing where receivers stand all the time.
Right.
Why don't I get paid like them? Well, you're a tight end.
Right.
So anyway, 803-0550, our phone number. 30 minutes left in the show. We'll continue to get more calls here. If you want to ring us up about Elijah Moore or anything on the Bills, it's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The Bills' draft was a lot about defense and positions they needed. And with Walker, that's a move they made a big move up for in the fourth round. So I wanted to ask you what you thought about him in general, the big body guy, and then the injury that he has been playing through and playing with, because I think there's a lot for Bills fans to kind of unpack about him as a player and how he might have been affected through that process.
We know it's when I evaluated his film, and I probably watched 5 games of his, and you dive into the 24 film, and when you're watching it, you kind of it was a bit puzzling at first as far as what do we see here other than the obvious, an absolutely enormous man. I mean, this guy, Bill Parcells used to talk about all the things, the things I know the things I can see. Tell me the things you can't see. Well, obviously the thing you can see with him is he is a mountain. And you had flashes on film. He put 2 or 3 plays together, then he kind of shut it down. He'd struggle and, played high. And there's just a lot of question marks. And then after the draft, and you hear the fact that he has the back injury and the rumor, not confirmed, obviously, but, rumor that he's got a pars fracture. And having individuals in my house that have a pars fracture and one of them not being able to play football anymore because of it, when you put that information with what you see on tape, it makes complete sense. And, one thing I want to say about this kid is, and I call him a kid, I mean, I'm old now, but he's, I think all of 20 years of age. He's incredibly tough because if he played through that injury all season long, 12 games in the SEC, this is a tough dude. So that's something to build on. I mean, that's something you don't learn. That's something you have in you, and that's admirable. But, yeah, I mean, if you can get, knowing that, then going back and watching his 23 film and seeing all the flashes and what the Bills probably saw and what the Bills are, rolling the dice on, he has a chance to be a nice player.
Yo, my name might have been Jerry if my dad had his choice.
Really?
Yeah. He wanted Jerome, and my mom wanted.
All right.
There we go. Why not?
Yeah, I've got something on this too. So go ahead.
He wanted Jerome, and I think my mom wanted Jeremiah. And they're like, all right, well, Jeremy. That's how it came to be. He wanted Jerome, so I was almost a Jerry.
Almost Jerome.
Almost.
Yeah, Jerome goes to Jerry every time, right?
I was almost a Jerry.
Okay.
And my mom called me Jeremiah all the time, no matter what. Whenever she's mad at me, not only mad, but she called me Jeremiah a lot. But the tone that was used on Monday would have been a Jeremiah kind of tone at me.
Okay,
that would have been a Jeremiah if GM wants to use that next time.
Yeah,
Jeremiah.
If my dad had his way, at least this is how it's been told to me. My first name would be Bruno.
Jerry and Bruno.
Yeah.
I like it. What's wrong with Bruno? We don't talk about Bruno. There we go.
I don't know. I'm glad. I'm good with Joe.
You don't want to be a Bruno?
I'm good with Joe. No, not necessarily.
Well, if your name was Bruno, your life would have changed when Encanto came out the way that my life changed when Pearl Jam's Jeremy came out. And I saw that video. I thought, well, this is now my... People are going to say this to me for the rest of my life.
Jimmy Vaughn. You want Vaughn? I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
No. See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out like, they're after something. I'll tell you what we're after right now. Josh made beef jerky.
Oh, my goodness.
It's great.
Thank you. I appreciate
had
it.
like 4 pieces of this beef jerky, and then I remembered I should probably offer some to Joe. Yeah, I
didn't realize he was eating it.
I want a beef jerky station. Here's what's also happening. Sal's bringing in a brand new driver.
I needed to bring this driver in.
Yeah, you got fitted
told
for a
that guy
driver.
to be jealous that I got a brand new driver that I got fitted for.
Yeah.
It has the new. I told the chat I would do this. It has the new head cover there. But here it is, boys.
Wow.
Used it. I'm going to the driving range for the first time. Where's the camera? Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, new driver. Jeez,
Yeah,
look at this.
I'm a lefty.
Look at this. We can zoom in.
There you go.
It's funny. I saw the chat. Maybe report.
touch it?
They were reporting. Oh yeah, that's pretty hot.
I know.
But were we going to be jealous seeing this brand new driver? And my answer is, it's left-handed.
That's true. Yes, it is a lefty.
It might as well be a hockey stick to me.
It is a Callaway Paradigm 9.0 stiff shaft anti-slice.
Let me tell you. Listen,
Does
this mean
for me is to hit it into the woods?
Does this mean that now when we play golf, you're going to be dropping bombs on us? Because this is a development. I mean, that's exciting.
I don't know. All I know is I went on the simulator, and I'm not kidding you when I say this. This was amazing to me. I've been fitted for irons before, not driver. It never seemed like it was worth it for me to do that, to buy and spend that much money and like whatever. But when I got analyzed, I was hitting a 10 or a 9.5. And I was only carrying, not a really long hitter. I have a bit of a fade, and it takes away my distance. I was only carrying like 195 to 200. Mm-hmm. He gives me a 9.0 in the stiff shaft, and I'm carrying 220 consistently. And I'm like, let's go, baby.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Get out there.
I don't know if it's going to translate, and that's going to happen. I might go out to the driving range today for the first time. That's why I'm kind of dressed like this. And
get some swings in?
Yep, that's right. And I might it might go all over the place. I have no idea.
Nice.
The chat thinks anti-slice is speaking my language. That is not correct. My miss is not a slice. My miss is two-handsy dead duck pull left for like 2 years. Mm-hmm. It's tough. I went to the range yesterday too because this is the fun thing about golf. We've all experienced this. I had a little bit of time to burn. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna hit the range. And I'm like, I feel good about my game. Owen and I played over the weekend. Oh, I played great. I go to the range. I'm like, I'm gonna lock in all the things I was doing because practice is how you get these things. And then how to hit at the range, just a disaster.
Okay, I will tell everybody.
It's just a mess.
Jeremy's a good golfer. He has his really good days and not good days sometimes.
That's
but
right.
You're a good golfer. I think you are the most paralysis by analysis golfer I've ever met in my life, though. This guy has every tool where he's like, I got to do this. I got this on my club. I got this showing me the
He's
win.
watching golf TikToks every day.
Listen, the golf Instagram just comes to me and punches me in the face every day. I try to avoid it. Yeah.
I just go out and try and hit it. And I said, you know what? All right, I did it. Let's go and do the thing. I still don't know. He taught me how to take the thing and screw this and turn it that. I'm like,
the adjustments to it. You need like a little tool for that, I think, though. Yeah.
All good.
All right. What else is going on in the chat here on YouTube? All right, enjoy. Sal's got a brand new driver. Dropping bombs.
I got a brand new golf
Look
bag
out,
yesterday.
Should've Media Golf Tournament.
Brought that in.
You got a what?
I got a brand new golf bag yesterday. I should have brought that in to brag a little bit.
What did I get? I got I don't even
new
know.
ball marker.
No, I bought sorry, I'll move my thing here. I bought stuff to clean my grips. There you go. That's my latest move. I'm gonna clean the grips on my club so they're a little more tacky. Golf is so my son's learning how to golf. He's got a little kid club, and I prop up the wiffle ball on top of the grass and tell him to hit it. And he likes to swing. He likes to golf, and he likes it, of course, when he hits the ball and it goes up in the air and it goes. Mm-hmm. He's hit it over the fence in the backyard, so occasionally he gets some hits. Whenever he doesn't get good contact, he's 4, and he'll whine. Daddy, I was aiming over here, and it went over that way.
Yeah.
I'm like, buddy, that's the next 50. That's
golf.
50 years of your life. Get used to it. But I wanted it to go over that way. Like, yeah, I know. How do I do it? And then I have to say, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. How do you do it? I don't know. The beef is great. Is there more of that jerky? Give me some more of that jerky. How much of this did you make?
I took a 2.5-pound roast and made it all into jerky.
Oh.
So got tons of it at home.
You just dehydrated this?
So I found out
it's not smoked, right?
No.
Okay.
I don't have a smoker, unfortunately, but I found out that my air fryer at home has a dehydrate setting on it. So I set it to dehydrate for
jerky.
an hour. All it took was an hour. and it was ready to go. And yeah, it was a marinade with like some brown sugar, pepper, paprika, I think a little bit of garlic salt, Worcestershire sauce, and soy sauce.
Nice.
And it marinated for like almost like 48 hours too. So it probably helped a little bit.
This is a victory for us here.
I'm going to be making it all the time now. I got to get more recipes and more.
Let's get stupid. Beef jerky Thursdays.
All right.
And
beef jerky Thursdays. What else is going on? Derby week. The golf this week is the Byron Nelson.
Yep. Which is better than what you had last week.
Yes.
I hate that New Orleans tournament.
TPC Craig Ranch.
Yep.
We are 3 weeks away from the PGA Championship. That'll be May 15th. A couple weekends away, I should say. Not really 3, but
I mean,
2 weeks.
Also, both playoffs have been great so far.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
All of it's been awesome. The NBA playoffs have been great. The Warriors-Rockets series has been a war. The Leafs,
by the way, everyone
being the Leafs again, making things interesting.
Everyone,
I can't wait for tonight just to see if they choke again.
Everyone was talking Warriors, Lakers eventually. Lakers are out.
Yeah.
And the Warriors?
The Warriors are going to get through.
Yeah.
I think.
Are they
they got smoked last night, but I think they're going to get through.
And they're going to do, how far are they going to go?
It's going to depend how healthy Jimmy Butler is. If Jimmy Butler's healthy, they could win the whole thing. But he gets hurt. He plays super hard. He already has his pelvis is like on the side of his hip is like all black and blue. I can't believe he didn't break something.
Yeah.
So that's going to be dependent on that. So they could go all the way, though. He's playing right now. And that'd be fun. I love, especially with LeBron out now. Give me Steph against anybody at this point. Just give me as much Steph as I can handle while he's still raining threes from everywhere. Like one of the best sporting events, like watching moments of the year so far. The last 12 months was him at the Olympics going nuclear at the end
against France.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
So
this is one of the best moments of the last 5 years. I mean, it's incredible.
And then I don't know what this is in me. I wasn't rooting against Rory. I obviously don't root against the Bills if they're the equivalent of this in football. There's something about the Leafs just makes me really want to see them blow it every time. I don't know what that is. Because I like their guys. I like Matthews. I like Marner. But they are the same thing here. They talk about it. They feel that pressure. Like we talked about with the Bills earlier. We're like, you're supposed to win. And they know they're supposed to win. And every time they get here, they can't get through.
Tyler Dunn has a Q&A with Brandon Beane. In it, quote about James Cook is up at ProFootballTalk.com. Beane said about James Cook, what do you think he said? What's it always start with Beane?
We love James.
Okay, you'd love to have everyone here. Who wouldn't? You'd love them to be around and start forming that bond. But James is working. This is about James not being at OTAs. I know he's down there training in South Florida. He's working. First of all, he's competitive, and sure, everyone wants to get paid. And he knows he's got to still show he's James Cook, the guy we saw, if he wants to get that payday. Either from us or someone else. That's any player that doesn't currently have a contract extension yet. Beane said there are very few running backs on the tier of Barkley, McCaffrey, and Henry. When asked about his view on big investments in running backs in general, Cook's target suggests he feels he's in that tier. Beane's comments suggest that the third time will have to be the charm. That's the write-up from Pro Football Talk. But Tyler Dunn has the Q&A. Would you pay James Cook? Would Beane pay James Cook?
I don't think he will, and I don't think he should.
I think he should to a point. We'll see what that number is. I'd like to get a web server that can just eliminate every time the GM says something that I think he means, but is not of value. You'd love to have everything you can. He says that all the time. Love to have everything. Yeah, we all would love to have everything. Okay, what's the actual truth though? Not that that's not the truth, but you know what I mean. Like you'd love to have everyone. You would love to keep Gabe Davis, but you didn't.
Yeah,
you didn't. You said we have a value on Gabe. Their value is higher. Go ahead and take him. We have a value on Tremaine Edmonds. You can go ahead and take him. James Cook. They're going to have their value on James Cook. And if it gets to next season, we might find out that somebody values him more. Maybe don't. We'll find out. But that's the story. He's going to have to show. He's still got to show he's James Cook, the guy we saw last year. Good stuff.
And then even then, he's saying that doesn't mean I'm going to pay him.
That's right.
Someone will.
That means
But
us
doesn't mean I will.
or someone else. In which case, get ready to draft one next year.
Oh, first round running. Listen, this draft was great, and we had the fiery exchange on Monday. It wasn't really exchange, it was just Bean. But the draft wasn't like the most polarized. Everyone kind of agreed, right? They need defense. They're going to draft defense. We think they're going to draft defense. They drafted defense. Next year, if James Cook leaves in free agency, I mean, the draft discussions will be at peak form because we will be talking about running backs. I will not want one, but we will definitely be talking about it.
Number one running back?
Yeah.
In Todd McShay's mock, Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame. Supremely talented, powerful runner, excellent acceleration. Feels like something big could happen every time he touches the ball.
Yep.
Jeremiah Love. Any other running backs in the first round as of right now in Todd McShay's mock draft? Todd McShay's mock is loaded with receivers. Loaded.
Yeah.
Can I tell you how many? 1, 2, 3 is first round. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I already said 4. So 5. 6.
Okay.
6. Looks like it's 6 first round receivers. 6.
Okay.
Big number.
Yeah.
Extendo Sports coming up. The Bills' draft was a lot about defense and positions they needed. And with Walker, that's a move they made a big move up for in the fourth round. So I wanted to ask you what you thought about him in general, the big body guy, and then the injury that he has been playing through and playing with, because I think there's a lot for Bills fans to kind of unpack about him as a player and how he might have been affected through that process.
We know it's when I evaluated his film, and I probably watched 5 games of his, and you dive into the 24 film, and when you're watching it, you kind of it was a bit puzzling at first as far as what do we see here other than the obvious, an absolutely enormous man. I mean, this guy, Bill Parcells used to talk about all the things, the things I know the things I can see. Tell me the things you can't see. Well, obviously the thing you can see with him is he is a mountain. And, you had flashes on film. He put 2 or 3 plays together that he kind of shut it down. He'd struggle and, played high. And there's just a lot of question marks. And then after the draft, and you hear the fact that he has the back injury and the rumor, not confirmed, obviously, but, rumor that he's got a pars fracture. And having individuals in my house that have a pars fracture and one of them not being able to play football anymore because of it, when you put that information with what you see on tape, it makes complete sense. And, one thing I want to say about this kid is, and I call him a kid, I mean, I'm old now, but he's, I think all of 20 years of age. He's incredibly tough, because if he played through that injury all season long, 12 games in the SEC, This is a tough dude, so that's something to build on. I mean, that's something you don't learn. That's something you have in you, and that's admirable. But, yeah, I mean, if you can get, knowing that, then going back and watching his 23 film and seeing all the flashes and what the Bills probably saw and what the Bills are, rolling the dice on, he has a chance to be a nice player.
Breaking sports news airs first here. Guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550. 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
All right, Extendo Sports. You had something you were going to ask about. Oh, I remember. What is it? It's,
the Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson CBS story. Belichick and his girlfriend been the subject of, a lot of stories lately. And this interview that he did with CBS about his book, he's mad and put a statement out because he thinks CBS made it look like she was controlling the entire interview and didn't want them to talk about how they met or whatever. And, CBS has denied that. It's a little war of words going on between the two sides.
All right, my take on this. I don't think you can make me care about the Bill Belichick stuff.
Okay.
Every time it comes across, I'm just like, who cares? His girlfriend this and North Carolina that, and I can't bring myself to care about it. I want to snap at it like Bean does at receiver. Why are we talking about this?
Yeah.
That said, I might care if something really juicy happens. Let me know. Keep me posted. Keep me posted.
Okay.
I'll leave the door open. All right, we're back tomorrow for a fun Friday. Maybe we'll do Fun Hat Friday, Jerky Thursdays. We're building in theme days. Why not? All right, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR.